Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は489日目です。It is day 489. Got a short one. No zero day today. Just a small batch of reviews, which good enough. Didn't take more than 10 minutes. Alright. 賑やか。Classic. 芝生 Irregular. Oh.
挑発
肝
範囲
Nope. Bunsetsu? What? Oh. 分析おいちょうだい
挑戦
なOh.
くくるゴミ袋
紛らす
Same difference. That's supposed to be the transitive?
一括
Okay.
発掘
模範芝草
横綱 What? Oh.
横綱
芝二拍
東芝
宿泊
肝炎
藩商店
も What? Oh.
焦げる
挑む球団
国柄
中枢、
最上、克服、哲学、
人柄、交通網、
That is like hanging a hanging scroll, right? Or something like that. Oh no no. 掛け
掛け軸、
書斎、
軸、
餅、
しばらく、洗い、小柄、止まる、
到着、
紛糾、
物質 No. 喪失。
喪失、
お、
干
また
潟、
That's special.
国名、
暫定、
暫定、
型、
双方、
砂、福袋、袋、柄、一泊、
双眼鏡、解析、中軸、
中軸、
網、
総括、
の
綱引き、
あげる、 What's
通
通
信網
信網
統括
統括
硬い数軸掘る
る
荒れるにぎわう
わう
肝臓
双子 Alright. Actually, it was a little over 10 minutes. Let's go. So tomorrow's gonna be level up again. Man, these 6 days are going by quick. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna be 53 tomorrow. Ends up lining up with the P5X update, so that's kind of weird. Think about I'm gonna pace myself tomorrow. Alrighty. So, revive. Haven. Pierce. Haku leadership. Right? I think. Why does that feel off? Well, bro. Path. Ibara. Yo, shake or embrace. Quote, orphan, compensation. Chain, erupt, show, auspicious, offering, chitsu, order, ta, instigate, ball, swell, no, ball, swell, ball, fragrance, aromatic, call, constant, green, ethics, chin, exhibits, necessary, and bias, good treatment, yo provision, especially, man, overconfidence, botsu, guy, hi, lazy, soul, encounter, dot, lazy, yo, hunting, no, from, satsu, quick, Hayabusa, falcon, and skit for help. Oh no, that's fine. I think we're gonna stick with it. Yeah, and Haku for leadership. Guess we'll find out tomorrow. Alright. All the time for WaniKani today. We're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. You're more than welcome to come on by, yap a bit, keep each other motivated to learn, right? So until next time, minasan mata ne. Ite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I will be back for Bunpro. Alright, welcome back everyone. Minasan okaenasai. Yo wa yaku 40 日目です. It is day 140. Get into our lessons here. Alright. Koto, okay, so we have nominalizer. Interesting. Kotoka, and then dekiru, being able to. Oh, familiar one. Very familiar one. We can also take the noun and the subject marker. Oh, yeah, because the person being able to, or something being able to do. Okay. Like, koto ga aru, koto ga dekiru. Oh, yeah, that's right. Koto ga aru. Coupled with a transitive verb. Koto ga dekiru is an expression that normalizes what comes before it, turns it into a noun phrase. Oh, this is probably going to be used for non-transitive or intransitive verbs, possibly, and then highlight something about that A phrase. In the case of koto ga dekiru, the thing being highlighted about A is that it is possible. This translates as can do or to be do. All right, let's keep going for now.
魚のように泳ぐことができるように毎日練習する。
Okay.
彼は料理をすることができる。
Right. However, koto is only required when the A phrase needs nominalization. It's not a noun to begin with. Due to this, ga dekiru may be used by itself when following a noun without changing the meaning. Yeah.
運転ができる彼氏が欲しい。力仕事ができる人を探しています。
Chikara shikoto. Interesting. Noga or noa is also frequently used for nominalization, but this is rarely the case when a verb follows it. Some other expressions where noga may be swapped out for koto are as follows. Only suru. So we got the grammar point for koto ni suru, possibly. Maybe not. Koto ni naru. Okay, I think those are fine. For noga, it's interesting. It's also frequently used, rarely the case when a verb follows it. Okay, when a verb follows it. Guess I'll have to see action. Oh, this does not have a relation with. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so rareru makes sense because of the potential and do. Dekiru is more formal and common in writing. Okay, and rareru is shorter and used in conversations. The meaning is the same, but usage differs by tone and context. Alright. I'm okay with that. Strongly masculine question mark. And even the nominalizer is optional. The sentence ending particle kai is a common structure that's used in Japanese to highlight a question. Despite commonly being thought of as one word, it is actually the combination of ka, makes sense, and e, another sentence ending particle that is primarily used by men in a similar way to ne and yo. Alright. Kai will usually be used directly after the word or phrase that it is highlighting. I see verb, e adjective. In the case of verbs and e adjectives, no may be inserted before kai. For non-adjectives and nouns, right? Nano may be inserted directly before. However, no or nano are frequently omitted due to how casual kai is. Kono donatsu wo tabetai no kai. No kai? I gotta hear that.
このおもちゃが欲しいのかい？
Okay.
彼女は綺麗なのかい？
彼はいい人のなのかい? Okay. Alright. When it is not omitted, no or nano may be shortened to or none. Really? Oh, respectfully. Okay, this is the same way that no and nano would behave in the no this and nano this grammar structure. Okay.
お前も一緒に行きたいんかい？
I see.
大学生なんかい？中学生だと思った。
Okay. Although there are some exceptions, kai will always be used to ask simple yes or no questions.
勉強してるのかい？
Because kai is very casual and quite direct, it often sounds like an accusation. Oh, due to this, care should be taken with your tone of voice so as not to be taken the wrong way. Yeah. So, また影をなくしたんかい? Outside of kai, the sentence ending particle e is not commonly used in modern Japanese and therefore will only appear in a few very specific structures like dai. Despite being similar to ne, e is considered to be fairly zonzai. Rough. Zonzai. And should only be used with people that you're very familiar with. And never to someone above you. Okay. Alright. And alright. Would be the neutral. The standard. That's an interesting grammar point. I'm not sure. Okay. Moshi, if or emphasis. I'll buy a phrase with tada for the if conditional. Moshi is an adverb used to emphasize the nuance of if with expressions like, okay, so to has a, okay, so here are all the ifs, right? So to, oh goodness. To is like a one-time if or something. Oh no. That's gonna be tough. I think it's to is conditional. Ba is dealing with, you can verb or use verbiage with ba. Nada is ending. Tada. Oh no. I don't quite remember how tada differs. And then Temo was recent. Okay. I'm still working on all the ifs. Literally, the meaning of moshi is close to while slight or while small. I see. To use mochi, simply add it to the beginning of any phrase that use one of the conditional expressions listed above.
もし彼を動物に例えると、猫に似ています。
Even if you only slightly compare him? I see. Alright, so to is... I don't know what To's special thing is yet.
もし今日来れれば来てね。
Okay, so this is the ba part. This one is the verbial one that I can remember by the verb. So, kurereba. Korereba. Kore is special too. Okay.
もしまだ頭が痛いなら医者に行った方がいいよ。
I don't know if ba can be used with a adjective. So this got used with an e adjective. Nada might have an emphasis too. Like nada, I don't remember if it's nada or tada where it emphasizes the following, like the condition, the action that happens after.
もし買い物に行ったらお菓子を買ってきて。
Tada has a conjugation too. So does Temo.
もし雨が降っても遊園地に行きます。
Temo has an even, like to the extent. Oh no, maybe they're listed here. Yeah, they're listed here. We'll have to look at them. Moshi is sometimes seen written as that mole. A kanji which has the meaning of low in a really low. Also seen in the word wakai. Oh, that low. Okay, it is from this kanji that moshi is this meaning of wild, low in probability, number, age, or years. Okay. Alright, we gotta read these again. Okay, so to. To is used to express natural habits. Oh, it was the natural habits or habitual result. Well, she adds emphasis to conditionals and can appear before to other conditionals. Yes, to add the slightness. So what was tada? Mochi and tada are often used together to form conditional sentences, right? Typically adds at the start to emphasize the hypothetical nature of what follows. While tada gives the verb its conditional form. So tada is conditional based on the verb. How does that? Where's the ba one? Here's the ba one. Moshi and ba are both in conditional expression but play different roles. Ba is a grammatical ending. Grammatical ending that turns verbs into if statements. So yeah, it's still the verb dependent. In contrast, moshi is used as short at the start of sentences or phrases to emphasize that a hypothetical. Okay. I am going to look at ba for the moment. Because ba can come after pretty much anything. Which is very difficult to remember. That's easily one of the tough ones for me at the moment. That's some nightmare. Okay, alright, is there a contrast with tada? Here's tada. So ba and tada are both conditional forms but with different nuances. Ba emphasizes the conditions of, okay, that's the one. So ba is the one that emphasizes the condition. And then tada sets up a hypothetical which highlights the following result. Or it deals with looking at the following result. There's still one more. Nada is the Nada and moshi are both conditional but have different. Nada follows phrases to mean if, sure, often implying the speaker believe it will happen. Okay. So ba is emphasizing the condition, right, in the if statement. Nada has an emphasis on suggesting that it might happen. Tara has... What does Tara contribute? Coordinate with? Tara and... so Nara and Tara are both conditional, but different nuance. Nara means... Right, Nara often implying it will happen, while Tara covers the idea of both if and when, expressing both hypothetical and guarantee events. Okay. Right. And Ba emphasizes the condition itself. And then Tol is habitual, which results in occurrences. These are going to be wild. And Ba is so tough. Okay, hold up. So I'm okay with a conjugation of the verb, right? Yes, and then there's the exception, right? Wait a minute. How did that one sentence work? On. So you drop the E and Nara Ba, which is Nara. Wait. When you drop Nara, when you drop Ba from Nara, does that become Nara the... Hold up. Nara, can Nara follow adjectives? Oh, it is related. Okay. Okay. So that's interesting. So this includes this top portion and this bottom portion. These are related to... Wait. So only sorta related. Not really. That's interesting. No, they're not related. They're just coincidentally overlapping. That's a little confusing. I'll have to... Growing pains on that one. Alright, so got moshi, kai. Kai is weird. And then koto ga dekiru. Yeah.
馬に乗ることができる。
本当に行きたいのかい？
Right. I could add no and nano. Right. If I so choose when it comes to whether it's a noun or an adjective or an adjective or verb, right? And then nano for noun or non-adjective. And then they mention the and just straight up ignoring it.
もし雨が降ったら車で行く。
Okay, and then I gotta review these as much as I can. So Tada is the one where sizes something, both the relationship between these two. Do I click on this? When I click on this, does it? Okay. Got a halfway point between if and when. Yeah. Oh, this is the one-time result thing. Okay. Well, okay. All right. Let's get into our vocabulary. Yesterday's vocabulary was or ridiculous. However, it's probably due to grammar. What in the world is this? Shikata. Oh, shikata. Shikata. And kata, shi and kata. So not. Oh, this is it can't be helped. There's no way of doing anything. Yeah, there's no way of doing. So there's like no way of doing. It's no use. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, shikata ga nai. Okay, that's do and way or methods. So no way of doing. What in the? All right, let's get it. Heiwa. Okay, heiwa kinen. All right, heiwa kinen, and then shiryokan. So this is memorial. The and shiryokan is, well, shiryo is memorial and kan is a place. So shiryokan would end up being a museum. Oh no, kinen. Sorry, kinen is memorial. Shiryokan, display or exhibit, place, museum, and then heiwa is peace. So heiwa kinen, yeah, heiwa kinen shiryokan. This is asset. Wait, no, it's not asset. Miss? No, display? I'm not. Yeah, I think it's asset together. Or resources. Resources plus shiryo is material. Material, memorial. So kinen is like record plus miss, so things that are recorded, case or like recorded thoughts or recorded things. So memorial is pretty good, and then heiwa is peace and peace put together. Double peace, harmony, peace and harmony. All right. Very historical Peace Memorial Museum because of a very specific period. Lots of historical things that would lead to knowing such a term. Hoken ni hairu. Very special use of hairu to buy insurance. Fixed phrase. Takara kuji. Takara kuji is fine. Alright, takara kuji. Takara kuji ni. Oh, and it's not cuts. Ataru. Takara kuji ni ataru. Takara kuji ni ataru. Takara kuji ni ataru. As opposed to like cuts, like winning in that way. Correct. The other one, ataru. Probably fixed phrase too. Oh. Hotteoku. Feels like set aside. I feel like it's more I am not familiar with this. Oh, where's the oku? Yeah, it's that oku. Right. Oku. Or to put. So this feels like more of a put something aside to leave alone. Or it's like put down plus. I don't know what this. I've lost something here. I've lost release. Oh. It keeps whole. How does that work? How does the pit whole pit? How does this part work? Okay. Just gonna take it as a stock phrase for now. Oh, Megurumi, the plush toys, really in like crane games and. Why is that me? I don't think I have. I'm not even sure if I have this. Oh, it's a kana thing too. Jashinko had Megurumi. What are you? I need to look you up in character. Your character. What do we got? Embroider or stitch? It looks like a ball. Yeah, or hull or ball. Hull. Eh. We're gonna have to. I don't know if I have to write something here yet. Which hall am I? One moment. Oh, I haven't covered any of the feng. When am I gonna cover that? Is there even one? Oh, we do have hall for so. Yeah, this is feng. I'm surprised I don't have the other. Hachi is the closest? Feng. Interesting. Oh, they just didn't use plush as a. Alright. Meu is interesting. Meu or so. So what do we got then? Mei Urumi. I don't know what. Oh. It's a different read on Tsutsumi. Interesting. I don't know if Let me... Guru. It could also be a verb. So like guru, gurumu. Or... Interesting. So interesting to look at new characters. Let's see. How about we do we have Kurumi as a thing? Oh, together. Interesting. A suffix for together. You're trying to figure out what to do at the gym tomorrow, but you have no idea where to start. If you have suggestions on how to figure out that, that'd be nice. What is your intent at the gym? So gurumi is a suffix for together. So together, stuffed toy. Okay. Mei gurumi. Interesting, a suffix that has and it may use the package. Okay. Hontou wa ne? In fact, hontou wa that checks out. May, are we using suffix or counter? Both. Okay. May is fine. Because it could be not, I think. To name. Omae wa tsukeru. Omae wa tsukeru. Tsukeru. Yeah, omae wa tsukeru. That's fine. And tsukeru, tsu can be attached. Yeah, tsukeru. I really like this part. This stuff is good in all form here. This box is amazing. Mei-sama. Mei-sama. Counter seating, interesting. Oh, sonkeigo. Your intent is to double dip clubs, but personally speaking, losing weight and also being able to walk, stand longer without pain. Get on the treadmill and walk and watch Netflix or watch your favorite streaming thing for as long as you can. Preferably on a 5-degree incline, or you can start at a higher incline so you can reduce the amount of time you're walking. That's it. If you watch a 30-minute show on an incline, maybe like it'll have some speed settings. I would do like brisk walk speed setting, 5-degree to 10-degree incline. You're probably getting squeeze in one episode or one 30-minute episode. Watch that 30-minute episode and then call it a day. Go back to gym next day. Try to do more than that. Maybe increase the incline or increase the speed a bit and then get up to running. Because you're talking about losing weight and also being able to walk and stand longer. So the treadmill is your friend. Sounds simple enough. Might go for audio though. Yeah, you can go listen to a song, listen to an entire album. An entire album, typically they range, but you'll be able to find, you can even listen to audiobooks. Oftentimes the reason why I'm saying that is you can get a time, right? So instead of looking at a clock, which a lot of people tend to do, or a stopwatch or something like that, the idea is to couple the time with a habit that you're already planning to do. And since you're trying to double dip, you can triple dip. They can triple dip. Sometimes some people can quadra dip. Quadra dip is when you record yourself, you record your notes, and then you listen to your notes as the internal clock on your playtime while you're walking. So then you're working on something that you're working on, as opposed to consuming something else. So you can maximize your things quite a bit. The reason why I suggest this is because you're on a treadmill. If you want to experiment, there are ellipticals. You can try a different motion in the elliptical, or a stepper, a stair stepper. That's always pretty intense. These are different progressions. So flat, incline, elliptical. Actually, elliptical can be both incline, like it can substitute for this, and then the stepper, right? The stepper would be at the top. This is when I'm trying to build up your stuff. So being on your feet is the natural way to create more standing stamina, and then walking and running and walking different environments and different speeds is the way you build your lower body while holding lower intensity, right? So you don't harm yourself. You try to avoid, mitigate injury. And the timing stuff and your material that you're listening to will give you a positive habit to associate with. So whenever you go to the gym and you say, oh, I have to walk for 30 minutes. That's right. I've been meaning to listen or watch something recently. So that creates the habit. You're coupling with something that you already do. I mean, you could chat on Discord if you want while you're walking, or treading if you're really wanting to try to double dip stuff. Generally speaking though, steady state cardio is reasonable for weight management, not weight loss, but weight management per se. And also you are looking to gain lower body stamina. It's not the same as lower body strength or speed, so you didn't say that. So we're leaning on the idea that you're talking about your steady state, specifically your stamina. So that would be checking all the boxes. So don't watch the clock and still get what you would otherwise do during that time done. Yeah, that's the idea. You're trying to keep your mind off of how much time you're spending in the gym. You're trying to keep yourself focused on the time you're going to spend anyway doing certain tasks. And hopefully those tasks involve either speaking, hearing, speaking, listening, or seeing, right? And obviously in the gym you might not want to speak, but you could always utter the words under your breath. You can always practice speech, right? Oftentimes you can like walk and practice your phrases or something like that, like read Chinese. Also, you mentioned going the next day. Yeah, I mean, isn't that what you're saying? You're going tomorrow, but I presume you're trying to start a routine. So here's the idea of habit coupling, right? When you're habit coupling to a task that you would want to do, so you're hoping those are positive tasks, like consuming something. And that means that at some point, every time you think of, I'm going to watch a show, you're going to think, I might as well walk on a treadmill. And then one day you could say, well, I want to watch a show, but I might as well walk in the park. That's the idea. You're trying to graduate, right? Slowly graduate, not like hit the ground running and say, oh, here's a program. Do upper body, lower body strength training, mixed with ending up with a cardio, steady state cardio. That's tough. That's gonna be like an incredibly like hard hit, and it is really up to the person to decide how hard they want to go in the beginning. I'm more of a steady state person, so I asked you what was your personal intent, and losing weight can be boosted by strength training. However, you're not trying to create a massive change immediately. Strength training is good. So like in the long run, in like a month down the line, when you actually go into the gym, so like when you're actually stepping into the gym, right? You need to step into the gym on a regular basis. And that regular basis is not how many times you think. Maybe 2 times a week. 2 times a week, right? Less than 30 minutes. You'd be surprised how optimal this is. So we're not talking about you go in every day. The idea is you're going in consistently for a month to do a task that you're able to do. And then because you can get yourself in the gym at least 2 times a week, then you can choose other habits to acquire because you're building up to it. So the treadmill then becomes the new habit. And then you can choose to add a little bit of weights. You can do weight training, things that deal with lower body strength, right? Lunges, weighted lunges, dumbbells or kettlebells are your friends, and you do your standard different things like squats, lunges, things that help balance. We're talking about weighted balance. Weighted balance is what we're going for, because you're not here to you didn't say you're here to like do a high jump or like sprint or something. You're looking for stamina. So doing weighted lunges, squats, hinging around your knees and ankles gives stronger mobility, and adding the weight gives you extra room. It's making you stronger. And the strength, when you're doing strength exercises, it does lead back to losing weight. But not in the way of using the weight training to lose weight. Is to develop your metabolism, or to develop your active lifestyle. When you become active, a lot of things follow. You actually end up being more active. So being able to walk longer, being able to be on your feet longer, being able to habitually go to places, that creates a weight loss. It's not for strength training. You're not like, bodybuilding, or you're not preparing for a competitive arena or something like that. You're trying to create the habits that mean that one day you don't even have to go to the gym to maintain your weight, right? If you were like gonna build aesthetics, if you're into aesthetics and training for an event and stuff, you probably want to have to reinforce your gym thing. But here, this is more of a quality of life thing. You're gonna get to a point where, hey, I might as well walk there. It's like, walking's pretty good. Let's go and walk somewhere. That's kind of how steady state cardio or being active, an active lifestyle leads to losing weight. Not necessarily because of the training itself, like the literal body movement, like you have to pump out some basic curls and stuff. You wouldn't be opposed to a routine? Sounds hard to do though. No, I wouldn't stick to a routine in the moment. I would probably say couple it with a habit you already have. Yeah, couple it with a habit you already have. So strength training would be like stuff you did years ago that was like 2 times a week for 1 hour, weight and all. Probably less. It depends. Like it is really dependent on your desired intensity, right? your desired intensity, reaching the desired intensity is gonna be tough. So oftentimes when people think of longer sessions, is that the intensity is spread out. So you have to figure out how you achieve that desired intensity. The longer it is, so you said about an hour, that's largely probably because your intensity is spread across the hour. The desired intensity for the maintenance of whatever you were trying to achieve, that performance that you were trying to achieve. You can step in and do it in 15 minutes if you want, which is where you clock in, you understand your either single to 2 sets at a max intensity, right? Then you have your up, however you split your stuff, upper, lower, right? And you can do that in 15 minutes. The idea is the desired intensity might not be for everyone. Like if you're gonna go full out in like the shortest amount of time, you can save a lot of time. The thing is, you want to keep it at an intensity distribution that you can do like from week to week. And I'm gonna say this too, the more spread out it is from day to day is probably going to solidify based on your habits. So what I mean by that is, if you go to the gym 5 times a week for 10 minutes, it's more likely to establish a habit early than going 2 times a week, for example, for about 25 minutes each. You can see that this is 50 minutes total. This is also 50 minutes total. So depending on your scheduling, certain things are more attractive. However, typically when we forget about weight for the moment and forget about like performance, in terms of habit formation, something that is more consistently on a daily basis is going to help you establish the habit quicker. Now, once the habit is established, that's when you can tweak it. You can tweak it all you want the moment you've established a habit. And that's probably one of the most difficult doorways. So oftentimes when someone says, how quick can you establish a habit? Look at Duolingo. So it's not about performance, right? Duolingo isn't going to give you massive gains on language learning. It's not going to give you massive gains on like construction, listening stuff. The idea is it's asking you to do a lesson for less than 2 minutes a day. And it literally mandates giving you an incentive for doing it every day. So that's establishing a habit. The habit itself does not necessarily guarantee performance. The idea is, though, once you're able to show up, you can do other things. So that whole treadmill idea is giving you a semblance of what you already can do. So habit coupling, right? Habit coupling with a new habit. And the parameter that I said, maybe like 20 to 30 minutes. And then you have to alter the degree of intensity. So the degree of intensity on a treadmill is by its incline. So its incline is in like, I usually say 5-degree incline. On treadmills at your at your place, at your gym, probably have inclines. So usually increase the incline. You're trying to get to a point of kind of exhaustion. Not completely exhausted. You're not going to failure here. The idea is you're trying to by the end of 20 or 30 minutes, it feels like, or not really feel, but you have done a significant amount of volume. And that volume will be your starting point. Like how long you run, how long you walked on an incline, and then speed is the other thing on a treadmill. So you can do speed and incline. You set it, and that gives you the basis. You're trying to establish the basis of your motion. So when you, at the end of 30 minutes or 20 minutes, however much time you have, right? You record, you understand what the degree it was and what the speed it was. And then it'll tell you the distance as well, because a treadmill records distance. So then these form the basis of how you're going to increase your intensity, because there's no way you would understand what your intensity is until you have a basis for it. So say you start 5 degrees, 30 minutes, so you have time, right? Time and speed is, I have no idea how speed is measured, maybe like 2 kilometers per second. And distance, by the time 30 minutes is over, if you're going 2 kilometers per second, I have no idea how to calculate this. We're gonna say your distance is probably like, it's not 2 kilometers per second is too long, sorry. Kilometers per hour. So maybe like you walked 0.5 kilometers. I was trying to use kilometers, like kilometers, as opposed to miles. So 2 kilometers per hour, right? So then in 30 minutes, you would, I think this math is fine. I don't know what you see what I mean. You can calculate the distance. The treadmill will tell you the distance. Quick math is not my strong suit. And the idea is now then you can tell the next time, when you go on next time, you can tell how to beat it. So you want to do better than it the next time. Even if it's for a second, even if it's going 1 degree higher. Degrees is like your weight. So a degree change in incline is extreme. So what you typically do is you can vary distance and time and speed with more granularity. Then when you increase degrees, it can be tough. Well, speed and degrees is like really tough. Distance and time is very granular. So walking, like if you're walking 10 minutes one day and you move up to 11 minutes, that feels all right. Then when you run distance, right? Distance is even less. Distance, like if you did 1.1 distance, then you get 1.2 distance. That's not a great, that's an appreciable increase. And then when this distance gets too long, like you're taking too long, right? You're taking too long, then you can reduce back the distance. You can pull back the distance. You can pull back the amount of time because it's getting too long. Then you can increase the degrees. And the speed is last. So these two parameters is like a higher class, like a higher weight class, or like a higher intensity class. So eventually you don't have time, right? Eventually you're gonna have to spend like 31 minutes and you only have 30 minutes in a day. So how do you get more intensity? You reduce the amount of time and you increase the incline and the speed. So eventually there's gonna be a breaking point, because this is really tough. Like eventually if you're like on a 15-degree incline at like 5 kilometers per hour or something, there's no amount, you're never gonna cross 30 minutes. Like we're talking about, you know, athlete level, which is not your goal. So eventually you'll feel tired. You'll get to a sweet spot where you feel tired and you've done enough work in amount of time. So the way you do it is, in order to reduce the amount of time, you increase the intensity. If it's too intense, you decrease the intensity by increasing the amount of time. So now you have a way to like narrow in what is intense enough that you can maintain without destroying your habits, while also have wiggle room to increase the intensity. Obviously, then you're like, well, what if it never becomes, you just become a baller at, we're talking about walking, for the record. We're still talking about walking. Well, if you become a baller, then you will end up running on the treadmill. And if you're super ballering, then you'll end up climbing, like on a stepper. So there's progression in the motion. So if walking is not intense enough for you in 20 to 30 minutes after like a year or two, you can start running. And then if running is still not intense enough for you in the 20 or 30 minutes, you can start climbing. This stuff destroys, like you would be like incredibly in the 99th percentile the moment you max out a stepper. So generally speaking, there's no in this range, there's no area where you can't achieve a significant intensity within 20 to 30 minutes. You have to start though. You have to start, record, and figure out what, because you can't feel these things out. Feeling these things out are not as reliable. You haven't started yet. So until you have done this for years, like at least a year, doing the whole feeling thing, like, oh, I feel like I've done a lot of work. I feel like my knees are doing something. That type of thing can't be established until like many years. And even then, the irony here is the ones that do this type of training, they end up not relying on their feelings. Like you don't chase like the stiffness, you don't chase the soreness, or you record and then figure out how you're performing, because nothing substitutes for performance. Your feelings can go up and down, your mood can go up and down and day to day, and your life can change day to day. So that's typically where the prior thing was about a year long for prepping to go from 24 hours in bed to a city school. Oh, okay. Also log the time, distance, increase at least something each time. Yeah, just something. It sounds overcomplicated. So if it's too overcomplicated, record one parameter. It could be time, right? Then you can add distance in the future, or you can add the speed in the future. The idea is you're not doing all of this stuff at once. And then, right, they're weight training, there's still weights. You could literally carry your weight if you want. So like on a treadmill, right, you can place a program, or you can place your phone or whatever while you're running or while you're walking, right? So when you're walking, you could literally be carrying dumbbells if you want. It's kind of like a farmer's carry on a treadmill. So the idea is you're picking and trying to figure out how much you can do without destroying your existing habits, and then allowing you to establish your new habit. So like I've never been a personal trainer myself. Like the idea is, if I were to, like, if someone asked me theoretically, how would I establish a new habit? These would be the things. Obviously, if your entry point is higher, go for the higher thing. Right now, though, I would say slow and steady. Right? You're looking to change your lifestyle. I think when it comes to people's weight, especially weight and like stamina, because those are the two words you mentioned, weight and stamina, they require lifestyle changes. They're not the same as performance. If you were saying, oh, I need to get ready for like a marathon in 6 months, that's a different story. Or you need to get into quote unquote athletic shape for like a role in a movie, that's way different. This is stamina training. It's endurance. You're trying to increase your endurance. Your English looks like Mandarin. Oh, Well, I'm writing with the mouse. Hello there, skills. So that's probably what I would do right now. And if you want to overachieve, be careful of overachieving. I would say when it comes to habits, three times a week, if you can squeeze it in. The reason why 3 times a week, it's every other day, roughly every other day. So you have an on-off. 1 day on, the second day is off, the third day is on. So you're just going every other day. That's not for performance or efficiency. It's simply for habits. You're trying to create a habit. If you do it every other day, it's simple enough. If you are really ambitious, try to do it every day. The idea is try not to increase your time. So let's say you're aiming for 1 hour. How do you distribute that 1 hour? It's kind of like doing schoolwork, right? Doing schoolwork. If you do all of the schoolwork, like if you have 1 hour schoolwork and you did it in 1 day, that is less likely to form a habit than doing schoolwork by separating this into even days. So like 10 minutes a day for 6 days of the week. This would likely more establish a habit than doing it all at once. This is probably the root cause of, in my opinion, the root source of much of your inconsistency. The idea is you squeeze everything into 1 day. This also is what procrastination looks like. It still works. You can still do all of this stuff. However, this stuff means that you're only studying for the one exam that occurs once in your lifetime, or the one exam that occurs for the class one time. You're not looking at it from a long-term perspective where, like, sure, you have one exam now, but what about the next exam? And the next exam? And the next exam? Over your lifetime as a student, you'll probably have at least hundreds of exams. So the idea is, if you can establish a habit of doing the exams, would you choose to procrastinate every single time? That's certainly up to you. Typically, procrastination creates a full load effect. That means high intensity, right? This sounds like the gym thing. It is the gym thing. When you have everything cluster into a specific time, it has high intensity. High intensity also means low retention or lower retention. Typically, you are more likely to quit when the intensity is too high. So in order to distribute the intensity, you're trying to distribute the workload. So that's the argument for non-procrastinating type of habits. And habits are low effort. They end up becoming very low effort over time. Or in other words, high efficiency. And that is where the trade-offs are, right? Obviously, there are things you can't control that requires you to do all of things at once. The thing is, if you're doing it all the time, then you're always exhausted. At the wrong times. It always feels, it's gonna consistently feel like you are tired at the wrong times. At the times you have to perform. So oftentimes, endurance training is different. Endurance training is exactly the thing you hate to hear, which is routine and consistency. That is what endurance training is for the brain. So endurance training looks like studying every single day and making that feel like it's not a lot of work. Okay, what do you normally ask the barber for when you get your haircut? My parents, I get whoever to take a clipper and then cut it all off. and then I wear a cap for 2 months, and then I stop wearing the cap for 2 months, and then I wear the cap for 2 months because my hair gets really long, and then I repeat. So that's how I get my hair cut. Have someone take a clipper and trim it all off. Anyways, hopefully that gives some ideas, Mika. I think the goal that I am suggesting, since you're asking, is habit first. Habit is first. Then you can tweak and to your heart's content. Right? You can tweak after you establish the habit. It's so paramount that you create the habit first. And obviously squeezing in your other goals while you're doing the habit is something that you'll have to be greedy about, because when you squeeze in goals, the intensity will start to rise. And it's not specifically just the gym that increases intensity. Your mental intensity, it'll take a toll on your mental state. Trying to establish a new habit requires intensity. How fast, or requires effort, sorry. Trying to establish a habit requires effort. How intense that effort is disproportionate to its success. Or inverse to its success. So as you try to squeeze in more effort, the intensity is going to go up. Whether it's literally your body feeling intensity or your mental state is going to feel like it's strained. So if you're asking yourself, oh man, I really don't want to go to the gym, the thing you're doing is probably the intensity is outweighing all the rewards or all the things that drive you, which is how I view your Japanese studies. You know, when you were using Anki and Japanese, your intensity was at a unmanageable point because each time you approach studying, you're already exhausted. You're already mentally exhausted to go into a study period. That's like going to the gym expecting to have a good workout or a good session when you're already tired. You're probably going to injure yourself. And what is injury for the mental state? That's called a burnout. When you hit burnout, you have an injury, right? You have an injury. And what does an injury look like? It takes time to recover. And the really scary thing is, as the time increases, your success of continuing goes disproportionately down. The more time you take away from your routine, your success exponentially goes down. It's not one-to-one. The more time you take away from your routine when you're trying to establish it. This is when you're trying to establish a routine. So when you're trying, like Anki, you tried for a couple months and that was still in the establishment phase. So with every time you take away, your success to solidify the habit is going to tank really far. The moment you have the habit, when time rested, it doesn't significantly affect your success to continue. So like once it becomes the established habit, it's actually very hard to quit. And you already know this. Discord. The amount of time you spend away from Discord rarely affects how often you're going to get back on Discord. That's because you've established a habit. So if you want to test in the future, like very soon, like when is it a good time to push myself? Ask yourself, what happens when you take a break? Do you immediately say, nah, I want to get back on? then you've established a habit. When it literally feels like you can't get on with your day without doing the thing, that is your habit. So you can't start your day without looking at Discord. You can't start your day without doom scrolling. You can't start your day without logging on Roblox or Minecraft. That is the moment you get Discord. Yeah, you can't even take a day Discord break. Yeah, so that's your habit tester. So if you want to test, like, legitimately, when I am about to stream, right? When I'm about to go and stream for the day, I can't start stream anymore without going for a run. I don't care how miserable that run is or what have you. Like, even on the worst of days, it could be snowing, it could be thunderstorming, like all that stuff. I wouldn't start my stream until I go for a run. That is when you know for absolute certainty. It doesn't have to be that extreme. You just have to lean. So if you're leaning towards continuing, despite there's an option for a break, then you've got a habit. You've understand that you've established a habit. Basically, if you were given the option, you still lean towards going, then you've got yourself a successful habit. And when you have a really strong habit, it's like unconditional. It has to happen. Otherwise, you can't do it. So no one is expecting, in my opinion, no one's expecting the gym to become that for some people. So that's perfectly fine. The idea is, if you're constantly saying, I'm going to start this, and I'm like, man, it would be easier if I just don't, then you still haven't established a habit, right? You have to remove this incentive. When you get up and say, maybe I just won't do it today, that means that you still have to work on the habit. And that implies that you have to stack it against it. So make your gym trip as incentivized and comfortable as possible, right? Bring your Discord to you with the gym, obviously making sure that you have courtesy of other people because you don't have control over other people. But for yourself, you're trying to do yourself the courtesy of making the gym as the most welcoming place, the easiest accessible thing. It's kind of like how do you eat better, like grocery store. Put the store in between you and your desired destination, right? This is what I mean. You stack the deck against you or for you in a way. If you're looking at this, how do you get someone to think about buying produce at a grocery store? You put it in your way. You're establishing the habit of either seeing it or encountering it and making it as convenient as possible. And then the stuff you don't want to do, you do the opposite. You can do the opposite. Make it as inconvenient as possible. Those are some of the other methods that doesn't deal with habit coupling. So this is not habit coupling. This is incentivizing and de-incentivizing your environment. You can still do that. When you go to the gym, there are many ways to make the gym more welcoming to you. Wear comfortable clothes. I'm not saying like wear clothes that can offend other people and whatnot, but a large way is to feel good in your clothing. That's an environmental change that allows you, we kind of joked around or talked about buying new shoes and then using those new shoes. That's a thing. You can incentivize your environment to want to use something. That's kind of like buying a new tablet because you bought a new tablet, right? You bought a new pen tablet. You're trying to incentivize the establishment of a new habit or the reinforcement of an existing habit that you want to elevate. So you can do that too, like buy a cute outfits to go to the gym. Whatever gets you into the gym is going to propel your habit formation. And then obviously mitigating all the other stuff. Like mitigating thoughts of being tired, mitigating thoughts of being sweaty, or like mitigating thoughts of people staring at you, which by the way isn't reality. Most of the time when people are in the gym, they're more concerned with themselves, but those thoughts are your negative habits. So you can also choose to figure out ways to reduce your negative habits, like keep your mind occupied with something else. You know, insecurities do happen in the gym. One of the biggest insecurities is sharing a space with someone else and then worrying that other people are affecting, you know, making you insecure and whatnot. You can also do something about that. There are other ways to make your environment more comfortable. You don't think you can read and walk? That's fair. Maybe that's a skill you want. Oh, what the heck? You have a heat wave about to start and you picked such a bad time to try forming gym habits? It's irrelevant. You're inside. Right? And what I mean by that is that's an idea of what you should be thinking about. It's like, well, you're still going to be inside. If you're going to be breaking a sweat, you might as well sweat it out. There are ways that you want to reduce the number of excuses you're going to have to make as well. So the heat wave is irrelevant. It's a challenge. If you can do it in a heat wave, then nothing's going to stop you from doing it when there isn't a heat wave. If there's no AC, that only means you're going to work harder. Right? That's what I mean. So you get a bottle of water, get a double insulated can, put some ice cubes in it, fill it up, pour it around you to cool yourself off, bring a towel, do what you have to incentivize the choice. And if you can survive the heat wave without and working in a gym without AC, then you could do it anywhere. In fact, most of the time when there's a heat wave, I kind of psych myself up so I run. And there's a heat wave happening right now, and like just so happens that I was running in a heat wave in the last week. If there's a thunderstorm, I work at it. You have no ice cubes, maybe next week, yeah. So the idea is when you think of something bad, right? When you have when you have an excuse, or you have basically a bad thought, counter it with a solution. Or not necessarily a solution that addresses this, but a solution that mitigates it. Like basically counter it. So when I have to run and it's like 39 to 41 degrees outside, right? I literally take a wet towel and I put it under the sink. I put it over my head and I go out and run. By the time I come back, that entire towel is dry. Like it's just completely dry from how hot it is outside. That's what you have to do. Like, or that's what you want to try to do, right? You're trying to feel successful at doing anything that's making something worse for you. Because if you're also overcoming adversity, like overcoming what you originally did, you're exceeding your expectations. You're creating a habit of exceeding anything that you set your mind to, which is good because that's bonus. You know, a lot of part about becoming physically stronger when you're working about physically stronger is very similar. Mentally stronger is also similar. We don't really have to go into being mentally stronger because the idea is you would have performance reviews. Typically when someone to tell if someone doesn't have the same mentality is when they learn something, right? When they learn this, they stop. As in, the moment you memorize what this is, right? Mei-sama. And then you settle on a thing, you're like, that's enough. That's good enough. I'll just stay with this. I typically don't. Because I can do more. Let's just do more. And another way people do more is, you know, they go and read a sentence or something, right? And then they go read a paragraph. But you don't really have to wait. You don't necessarily have to wait to do more. That's kind of like you don't have to wait for a heat wave to pass. Otherwise, you're going to end up being that person who says, oh, I only go to the gym when it rains and I'm feeling awful. You might be thinking, nah, no one's like that. I can tell you now, there are probably more people who have problems with this than someone who I've described as proactive. This is being passive. This is passive and causative. And this is one of those things where if you watch, I was watching Shrinking season 3, like it's about overcoming grief and stuff. This is how most people think about when they get things done. They think about the last, the most incentivized situations that they don't control, with no control. So when does someone go to the gym? When they ate a pint of ice cream. When do they go to the gym? When they gain 5 pounds. It's not go to the gym because you simply want to maintain. Go to the gym because you want to get something done. It's go to the gym in response to something you think you have no control over. Or even worse, when you think you have control over it and you fail yourself. So people tend to go to the gym when they fail to stop themselves from overeating or eating more than they plan to. They go to the gym when they notice that summer is rolling around and they feel fat. They stop going to the gym because it's cold out and it's winter time and there's holiday meals around the corner. And then they repeat the cycle. You wait for the worst time to do something and expect yourself to succeed. That is the worst time to create a habit. The thing you just said was the opposite. You're using the heat wave as the reason why you're going to fail. So that's not the same as using the heat wave as to test how well you're going to succeed. So that's the difference, in my opinion. It's a really big difference. It's like in my opinion, it's like talking to two different people. When I see an obstacle, I see a challenge. When you see an obstacle, you see a reason to not start. So eventually, in my opinion, and I'm not saying you're permanently like this, people are not permanently like this. There are things that you do that you see as a challenge, like maybe a Discord drama that occurs that can be seen as a challenge. So that's kind of the habit you're trying to establish. More wins than not. So when it's heat wave and you beat the heat wave, then I would, there's no guarantee, but I can assure you, if you can go to the gym during a heat wave, the first response you're going to have when the heat wave dissipates is, well, I've done it during a heat wave. This is trivial now compared to not having a heat wave. And then there are going to be times where you go to a new gym, when you move, because that gym isn't going to be your final gym, right? You move to another gym, it's like, oh my gosh, this gym has AC. Now imagine how much I can do with AC. So this is the difference between two people. When someone says no AC and they see it as, oh, I still have to go to the gym. So what they do is they tolerate it. This is someone who looks at the worst case scenario. So what happens? They change gyms, and then the gym has an AC. When someone is looking at tolerance, even having the AC, they still fail. Because then they get used to the AC and they think of everything worse, even with the AC. Like, even if you have AC, your performance still goes down. Because that forms the new baseline to do worse than that. Now you're thinking, oh, all right, well, this gym has AC, but it doesn't have the machines that I want. And then you go to another gym, and now the gym has the machine and the AC you want, and then you look for something that makes it even worse. Like, oh, well, I don't like the people there. It keeps going down. Versus someone who looks at it, okay, no AC, what can I do? And they succeed as well, right? Because this is not saying they either case can succeed. When they go to a new gym and the new gym has AC, their first thought is, well, now I can push harder. It's not, now I can cheat more. Like, now the AC becomes a crutch. So we're looking at two very different people. When you look for excuses, you're looking for a crutch waiting to happen. So when you say there's no AC, I see that if you put in the AC will be your crutch. And then when you have more things, it'll be more crutch. AI, Gemini, right? Gemini, ChatGPT, problem solving, Anki, all of them will become crutches. They won't become assets, like things you can do to improve your performance, like synthesizing tools to do even more because those tools are doing something for you. So now you're going to reach for more. So that's kind of the idea. Two different mindsets, and they create many, like, you wait for 5 years, right? If you compare A and B scenarios, the person that's proactive is going to be like significantly more impressive over time. And this is where we're describing the same person under two different conditions, like two different mindsets. This person's performance is gonna start to decrease over time in their minds. Their minds will be like, they feel like they're doing less every single time. They might not literally be doing less, so that's a little different. A person who's in the mindset A can still improve, but they will be telling themselves every single day that they feel like they're doing worse over time, because their mindset is not to look for what they can do more. They typically look for what they can do less, right? If you give a lazy person all the tools, they will be able to teach you how to be lazier with those tools. That's good. It's good when you think about it from in like a survival instinct, like your biological instinct, right? But that's not what we're doing here. We're not talking about basic survival strategy. We're not talking about how to conserve as much energy as you can and be lazy as much, because this is a survival tactic, right? When you are lazy and you are given tools, you become lazier because you're conserving energy. That's a good survival biological instinct. What you're trying to do is you're trying to do more, as in expend more energy. So it requires a mindset that incentivizes you to do more with your energy, or even get more energy. So these two things will always happen. Like, they are always going to be in flux in a person. I'm just separating them to show the clarity. It's not this clear. It's never this clear for a person. You're gonna be balancing whether you want certain things to be lazier and certain things to be more active. And in this case, if you're trying to create something new, it can't be lazier. Like, that's literally the opposite of creating something new. When you create something new, a new routine, something that you haven't done, you're always going to be using more energy, not less energy. The moment you think you can conserve energy by creating something new, I mean, it doesn't make sense in physics, it doesn't make sense in abstraction. So, you know, the idea is, I'm trying to say, don't be lazy in a positive way. Being lazy in a positive way. Be active also in a positive way. I think oftentimes people would use being lazy as a negative thing. And often it's the most strongly self-inflicted laziness. Like, you are calling yourself lazy. And that, in my opinion, there's very little room to give laziness a negative connotation. You can be lazy when you rest. That's a positive thing. When you go to the gym and you're like working out and you're trying your best, you can think of what you're going to do after the gym. It's like, oh man, after this, I get to shower and laze around a bit. It's like, yes, because that is when you can rest. Resting and being lazy can also be functional. It doesn't have to be negative. Being lazy before you do the thing, that is going to be negative 9 out of 10 times. So when you think of the heat wave, is it stopping you? If it's stopping you, then you can rest assured it's going to make you feel more awful than trying and failing. And then it's going to feel not even close to trying and succeeding. And it's going to feel even less than conquering the thing and knowing you could conquer it anyways. You were just, so like the degrees, right? You either don't start. Down the road, that feels the worst. It's like negative times 3. Trying and then failing, that's still going to feel negative, but it's not going to feel as negative as don't starting. And then if you try and you succeed, that's going to feel positive. And then you hear that common saying, that one saying that shows up a lot on the internet from gurus: you don't try, you don't try, you do. And you exceed your expectations. Then you get a positive effect. So this is the hierarchy, right? So whenever I'm trying to accommodate other people's takes, because I typically say always try. It doesn't matter if you fail or succeed. Eventually you'll net a positive gain, right? So I'm usually in this area because this is the realistic area. The idea that you are trying because it's possible. And then whether you fail or succeed is what you're trying to test. You need enough to try, which is seeking the possibility of success, and then understanding the possibility of failure. Those who like are well beyond this, they don't even do this anymore. They typically say, I don't try, I just do it. And when I do it, it's how much I succeed. That's when you hear the don't try, just do. And that's well beyond, that's outside of people who barely even consider the idea of failure. They simply succeed less. So how well you succeed. So usually these are people who have a goal, and their goal is well above their bottom line. Their bottom line is like, oh, I go to the gym for 30 minutes. Instead, their goal is like, write an essay write an essay and listen to entire podcast while doing the bottom line, which is go to the gym for 30 minutes. So they're getting way more than the minimum amount to feel successful. So they only need to succeed by going to the gym for 30 minutes and doing their routine. Their goal is nowhere near that. Their goal is always way more than their bottom line to succeed. And even then, they can exceed their expectations, which is while they were writing their essay and doing their podcast and, you know, doing their workout, they ended up creating new opportunities. That's where these guys are. The guys that say, don't try, don't ever try, just do, because there's no failure. There's only how good you succeed at something. You're always successful. It's how much do you win, not how much do you fail or even fail. And honestly, sometimes I'm here sometimes. Like, this is like how I treat Japanese and like Chinese language learning. This is how I treat language learning, because this is within my expectations. Like, I understand how, at least personally, you know, humble brag, incoming humble brag, I'm far more comfortable with mental things. When I'm thinking about gym, like when I'm doing like running, you know, doing calisthenics and stuff, I'm more here, where I'm not so sure if my body's gonna hold up. I'm not sure if my elbow is gonna give out one day, or I'm gonna get shin splints, my knees are hurting, that type of thing. I'm not sure if my respiratory is gonna keep up. This is the area I am. However, when it comes to like language learning, no, it's how much I succeed. I'm always ahead of where my goal is. Like, for example, right now, my goal is to do my lessons, right? Like, my goal is to do Bunpro lessons. But that's not even close to what I'm doing right now. Like, we are talking right now, Mika, and Skills asked the question. I was able to answer it. I'm aiming way higher than just doing my lessons. Like, this is bottom line. I'll get the thing done if I can, like, whenever I choose. There's nothing stopping me from doing my lessons and my reviews to my satisfaction. So others don't feel that way. They would set themselves up for like, oh yeah, I gotta do my 100 reviews, right? And that's their max. That's their goal. They set their goal for their success. That's the try. You're in the try region, right? Remember that the top is failure, like trying not fail. 2 and 3 are the try region, and the 4th is to do. It's the do region. So most people, when they're studying, they're actually between 1 and 2. Most of the time, they're actually at 1, which is to not fail. This is what not fail looks like. So when you were using Anki, right? When you were doing Anki, when you're doing Anki, you are doing the not fail goals. You ask yourself, I got to do all my reviews. And if I don't do my reviews, then I failed. So you're trying to prevent failure. It's not the same as trying and seeing if you fail, or trying and seeing if you succeed. Because even in here, you can definitely fail harder, but you can also exceed your expectations and exceed past success. And then there are people who simply, well, I know I can do way past my minimum goal, so we're just going to aim for a higher goal while knowing that we'll always clear the minimum amount of goal. This, in my opinion, is where habit formation is literally guaranteed, or figuratively, we'll just say figuratively, figuratively guaranteed. which I don't feel like I've seen you yet. Maybe in the future, but for now, I don't think you're in the zone yet. It is something to work towards. Having certain skills, right? Having certain skills that you feel so comfortable that it's not questioning whether you're going to understand it or you're gonna be the top performer. Is how much are you gonna gain from it? Your only concern is the sky is the limit. You walk into that gym and your only thought is, my bottom line is to do one exercise. For example, your bottom line, which is what I'm trying to do, which goes back to the beginning. Your bottom line is getting on the treadmill and working on establishing your habit. Right? And then number 2, if you finish, you look around the gym, right? You look around the gym and say, what else can I do now? Because that's kind of it. That is when you start becoming the do person and not the try person. What you found out is that, oh, no matter what, you can do the first thing. And after you do the first thing, you look around and you're like, okay, I'm okay with this. So what else can I do? Like, what else is there? And now you look at everything as extra. But and extra and opportunities. So that's kind of how I started with the gym. Maybe like 13 years ago, my first thought was, oh, I can do this. And then I saw that like fancy machine and I'm like, you know what? That seems like fun. Let's go and do that too. So then I made time for it. So I worked harder, quicker. That means that I spent less time. With this amount of time, this extra time, I added something. And this is that idiom where if you're a doer and not a trier, you're looking to see what you can add, not take away. This you're probably gonna hear in people's like diets, like a dietitian. Like I want to echo, I forgot her name, but this very popular dietitian who's been very successful. Always look for what you can add, not what you can take away. The moment you become someone who is habit inducing and proactive, you're constantly looking for additions, not subtraction. So it's not constantly paying attention to anything that's making you do less. It's paying attention to all the things that get you to do more. And that's kind of the idea, right? You know. Oh, what the heck? We have a... Oh, okay. I read all the things. Anyways. Some food for thought. Start small. Look for things to add. And, you know, try to encourage yourself and couple with your habits. Those are probably the quintessential things. I don't think I said anything that you can't literally start doing now. The reason why I'm saying this is because if I told you like, oh, then 6 months down the line you can do this, then 1 year down the line you can do this, then in 5 years down the line you can do this, this is typically bad. I don't usually say words like this, but this is typically bad. Because what this is assuming is you already have the habit. You already have it. If you don't, there's really no reason. Like there are very, very small, very specific times when you have to consider long-term like decisions. And those are like life decisions. Those are like really important decisions. They don't occur that often, like starting a new career or going to your university, having a child. Those are the things that don't happen very often. So you're not looking to think, oh, well, what if I don't do this in 3 months? What if I change schools in 6 months? What if I moved in a year? Well, you can't. You can't know that without understanding you already have the habit. So this is what makes data useful, which is what I feel is a failure of complacency. Online, when people use data, they are presuming that everything stays static. So when you extrapolate, like, oh, hey, I'm going to learn 100 kanji today, or 100 kanji in 1 month. That means in 6 months, I would have learned 600 kanji. So then, in order to get to 2,000 kanji, it would take me 20 months. That is a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy. It's assuming you don't ever do more or less as you're acquiring new kanji. So not only are you focused on a fixed limitation, you become your limitation. You have limited your potential, and you have set the course of either its failure or anything less than your projected success. And your projected success is on the predication that it is already a habit. So you're telling me that you've never had a habit of studying kanji, and you think you're going to aim for 100 kanji and expect that you won't underperform from that. Ever. And if you set your limitation so you can never overperform, then you have no range. A reasonable person, at least in my opinion, a reasonable problem solver or a skilled person would say, all right, well, my bottom line is I want to probably learn 20 kanji a month. Like, they have a lower limit. And then my maximum maybe like 200 kanji a month. Now you have a range between 20 and 200, and you're aiming for 100 kanji. So now you're looking at standard deviation, or a range, or some sort of up and down, because that's what data is. That is how data works. And the more consistent you are, which is as in the more you can judge your habits, the smaller this range is. So for me, when it comes to learning, I'm fairly consistent. So when I think of 100 kanji a month, if that's where what the data says, like 100 kanji a month for like the statistical average, you know, for, I don't know, English speakers that are older than 30 years old, then my range would be somewhere around 80 to 120 kanji. I feel like I can achieve this. My goal would be 100, and my bottom line would be 80. And my good days would be 120, maybe even plus. Who knows? Usually, when I think of a goal, I think of exceeding my goal at all times. When I pick a goal, I expect myself to be able to push harder past it. And then I expect that there will be off days. There will be days that I will trail. The idea is, for the days I exceed, there will be days that I fail. Or like fall below my goal, but not below my bottom line. And at some point, when you calculate all this average over like 3 months, I overperformed. And that is kind of what gym does, in my opinion. You're looking to convert your gym schedule to something like this at some point. To me, the gym can teach this. In fact, most difficult things, or people who think things are difficult, can teach this to themselves. You can prove this to yourself. It's an opportunity to prove this to yourself. And for me, when someone is asking me, oh, how do I get better at physics, or how do I get better at math, I often try to make it feel like this. You're trying to prove to yourself that you're able to do this. You're able to create a sense of ability, a sensibility in which you understand you can always achieve the minimum, but you're not aiming at the minimum. You're always aiming to beat the minimum. You're constantly doing more than what is required of you. So whenever I do homework assignments, right, or exams, I'm not looking at being good enough. I'm actually aiming for being better than good enough. That doesn't mean I don't end up being good enough. Like, what I mean is, sometimes, even though I aim for being better than good enough, I might not get there. The thing is, the safest bet is I'll always be good enough, not if I'm good enough. That's kind of where me and the vast majority of people, when they're talking about like the decisions, like even yesterday when I was playing video games, right? When I was playing video games, or when I was playing Neverwinter, the first comment a person told me is how a game was not good enough for them. And when I was asking them to explain how, okay, where's the feeling coming from and all that, they described everything that conformed and confirmed their suspicions. And that's where it ends. That when I start discussing, when I try to discuss with them alternatives and different ideas, this is as far as it gets. So it's basically someone who's projecting, and then they talk about how considerate they are, or they try to appear considerate, and that's just not the case. You can't be considerate if you're constantly only aiming at the one thing, the one condition. You're not considering anything. You're simply confirming and conforming to your opinions and to your perspective. So it's very ironic when I meet people and they say like, oh, they're just curious about what I'm doing, and then they start talking about stuff, and then on one hand they're saying things like, oh, I'm seeing what you're doing, and I'm like, no, you're not. What you're trying to do is you came here to tell me what your opinions are, and then I'm here to listen to your opinions, and then validate or confirm if your opinions are true. And then the person would say, well, I'm just trying to create a conversation or small talk. Or no, you're not. You're here to have someone to talk to. That's not a bad or a good thing. I like listening to people, so that's the nice part. I don't think most people like to talk to me because they're not really talking to me. They just simply want me to listen to them, and that's fine. Like, that's what I do, because the more I listen to people, the more material I have to use. So this very example, yesterday's example, I'm using it today. I wouldn't be able to use this example, and I'm referring to it indirectly, because that person didn't give me the privilege to do so. So like, if that person hadn't spoken to me and told me their opinions, despite like me not really learning anything other than their opinions, I wouldn't be able to use that example. So I look for opportunities when I can to remember things, I suppose. This would be one of them. All right. Hopefully that was something interesting to listen to. All right. Let's get back into this. Mei-sama, I didn't know this was a counter for people. That's interesting. Alright, to come back. So we have come, kuru, right? I'm guessing that's the kuru. Yeah, kuru. And then here it is again. Only this time it's using something else. I still don't know what. Oh, I know what this is. This is. Is this the te form for u godan? Like a godan? I think it might be. So if we do that, we got it was great procrastination material, yeah. For the time being, right? Time being. Okay. So I'm guessing then this is a verb. So this would be a compound. Oh no, wait. This could be something else. So what was the other example? The other example was today we had another example. This one. So I'm not too sure if this is an adverbial. I'm guessing this is an adverbial. Kind of like so this is the te form of holdu? Hold up. Do holdu. Yeah, holdu. To throw. To fling, to hurl, to neglect. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so this is hotte. Hotte. Yeah, so this is the godan do. A godan verb with a do ending in the te form. Okay. So then this is also that same format. Or using modoru. Modoru. And modoru is return? Oh, to turn back. Oh yeah, and to return. Okay. No, like math procrastination material. The mechanic stuff has been miserable so far. Oh, I see. The mechanics stuff. The mechanical stuff. The mechanic stuff. What mechanic stuff? Don't remember how that's returned. Oh, returning the big door. That's right, modoru. Physics calculation disguised as math. Oh, I see. If you like. Oh. Is this the... Oh, I know this grammar too. This is the da for... Yeah, this is the tada conjugation of this. It's actually technically adding da to this is an if statement, which we just went over. Tada. It's the verb. Oh, what's the verb here? Oh, if you like, yokattara. Yeah, yokattara. So yoi? Yoku? Yoku? No, yoku doesn't, is yoru. Or no, wait. Yeah, it's yoru, right? To be good or something. Oh no, wait, does that work? No, that's not the right thing. Is yoi. Yoi, and then it is in the past tense or something. Oh no. You didn't sign up for physics? I see. Hang on. yokattara. So yokatta is like, yeah, you know, like yes, it's good in the past tense. So it's I'm guessing this is like right, yoi, and then yoi gets converted into the past tense, yokatta, and da is the probability. Or it could be viewed as the tada being attached to... No, this is definitely a e adjective, right? Hang on, let me double check. So e adjective past tense. Heck. E past. What? Adjective past. What the heck? Alright, hold up. Adjective. Wait, why is this giving me no results? Alright, hang on. It's fine. We'll figure it out later. Just to double check. It's easier for me to look at it as that. If you like, it's probably that. All right. Gotta apply all our grammar. Okay, here's another compound. So there are so many of these. This one it's tsurete. Tsurete is tsureru. So it's tsureru combined with kairu. Right. So you're returning by carrying someone or taking something. So you're returning and taking something along, which is a person or something. Right. So tsurete kairu. Yeah. Tsurete kairu. This is the carry. Alright, and then we got okuru. Wait, why does that look like hashi? Hashi, no. Hashi has bamboo at the top. Oh, this is okoru. Ogoru. Is this the to be proud? Oh yeah, this is oh no, maybe not. What is? Oh, hold up. Not sure if I have this. Because it's written in kana most of the time. This is like ochiso, gochiso, I think. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. So this one deals with treating someone. Where are you? Oh no, it's Sha. Oh, it does look like Sha though. Bottom Sha. Nope. Do not have this character as a character. It does look like Sha because it is the bottom is Sha. Although without that one stroke there. We can go with Sha. This seems okay. Sha and then Oko. We might want to add some. So what is that? We got big. And we'll use someone. Sha. And then go do to give. We'll just say to treat. Treat someone's good enough. The shaman. Welcome someone big. Okay. We went to the O. To go treat. Let's say the rule is that they treat someone the O by going to a nice place, sure. Maybe to a big place. Okay. What do we have? Onaka wo kawasu. That's to, this is a break the stomach, but to upset the stomach, or something went wrong with the stomach. So kawasu break, and then onaka in a phrase. So many phrases. Actually, all of these are phrases. That's interesting. This is kao ga shiroi? No, aoi. Look pale. Aoi, really? Aoi. I thought that was shiroi for a moment. Alright, I guess. A blue face to go pale, like short of oxygen, blue face. I'm guessing. What is this? Gozonji. What the heck? Oh, it's Sonkeigo. Gozonji. This is existence, right? Yeah. So we have the son and zone, right? Gozonji. This one got rendaku, or not really rendaku. It's just the exist. So knowing. What is it? How is this working? Legitimately. Oh, it's a knowing of something. It's a knowledge of something. I think Son and Zone are the only reads for this character that I know. Or been okay with that. What is this? Now we have Kao Suru. Oh, to facial expression. This is one of the newest grammar points, actually. Using Suru to express an expression that's attached to a face. Like wearing an expression. That's literally... I think that was yesterday's grammar. Suru being used for the attachment, the wearing of accessories, or facial expressions. Oh man, it's another use of kakeru, which is to hang. So you hang your glasses. Kakeru. So megane wo kakeru. It's one of the uses of kakeru. I wonder if there's gonna be a grammar point for kakeru to hang things, because very specific things use kakeru as opposed to others. You have to imagine it like it's hanging off of something, like a wallpaper, for example. You hang wallpaper, as opposed to using tsukeru, attaching wallpaper. But you can probably express the idea of like putting something sticky in, attaching the wallpaper, but you can also hang the wallpaper. Okay, anyways, let's go through this. An expression used when there is no alternative or solution may also be said simply to express frustration. Yeah, so we're using shi as in do, and then method, right? So shiho, no, shikata. Is this a double kun? No, it's not double kun. Wait, hold on. Kata is kun, right? Shi is not. So this is a hybrid word. Shikata. Shi is onyomi. Kata is kun. Because otherwise it'd be shiho. Shiho ganai, which sounds a little weird. A little weirder. So shikata ganai, there is no way. And we have a triple. A museum dedicated to preserving the memory and history of peace, often associate wartime events, right? So we have memory, peace, and museum. Do you keep two browsers open? I typically, when I'm searching up stuff, yeah. I open a window to search for stuff. So heiwa is the peace and harmony. Wa onyomi, heiwa. And then kinen is both. All of these are onyomi. It's full onyomi. So heiwa, kinen, shiryokan. Heiwa, kinen, shiryokan. Shi, I might drop shi. Constantly. Let's see. The act of purchasing or insurance policy for production. This is kind of like taking a shower. Gotta remember it's hairu. So purchasing insurance is a key word. So preserve, and test is the other one. Preserve. So hoken ni naru, or hairu. Hoken ni hairu. Hairu is like applying. There's a application, or kind of like a hairu for a club. You hairu a club. You're entering or applying into a club. Hoken ni hairu. And then ni is the requirement for particles. For particle use, as opposed to ga or wo. A form of gambling in which participants can win prizes based on chance. Oh, lottery. And then it uses takara, right? Takara, and then kuji. I'm not sure where the kuji comes from. Oh, wait. It comes from the metal machine. Kuji. Heck. Oh no, it's not. It comes from. That's not metal. That's chain gang. Oh. With bamboo. What is that? Chain gang and bamboo. Qian. Fuji lottery. Yeah, it's Qian. Se. Kuji. Rarely used kanji. So this yeah, this character expanded is Engang is people, right? People, stroke. Then you have the that's probably out of order. Hold up. Let's try that again. So bamboo is definitely furs. Then it's definitely people here. Then there's definitely a stroke across. And then you're probably doing these two. Then you're gonna do the 3 strokes on both sides. Then across. Then your spear. And then your drop. Double check with our Hanzi. Qian is what I think it. Heck, it's oh yeah, here it is. Oh, it's a bamboo slip. It's not. It's a bamboo slip, which is very similar to a ticket, like a voucher, a bamboo slip, a voucher. Makes sense. Interesting. So they don't use this kanji very often anymore. That's actually yesterday. I think that was one of yesterday's Hanzi reviews. Takara Kuji. Alright. A form of gambling, yeah. The fortunate event of winning or a lottery or drawing. So now we got Takara, right? Takara Kuji. And then this is also special use because we have ni and then ataru, which is like to be correct. So it's correct in the lottery, right? Or in other words, winning in the lottery. And this uses ni as opposed to like maybe cuts. Cuts probably uses wo, but I don't think you can say Takara Kuji wo cuts. Like you win the lottery as opposed to the lottery is correct. I'm kind of curious if ataru. So ataru is typically like a hit or strike, like a successful hit or strike, like actually getting hit. And then there's touching equivalent, and to be right on the money, like to be correct. And then there is, oh yeah, it is to win, to be select, but very specifically in the lottery. Or like something of chance. Kind of interesting. It has a lot of other uses, but cuts do not have that many uses. Cuts is just to win or to gain victory. I guess you can't really gain victory in a lottery. Okay, you're going to not usually what you say, but you're gonna lock in. Yes. Take care. Take care of me. Take care. Good luck. Good luck. Okay. So we have a lot of compounds today. But 仕方がない。平和記念資料館。保険。And then here's another one. So this is the Tei form. Tei form in Oku. Oh, intend. Oh, this must be the double grammar point. This is probably intend to or do in advance. Oh, possibly. Oh, no, just kidding. That's Naosu. What is Oku? There is a grammar point on Oku. What is that grammar point? I'm basically practicing my grammar points on the phrases. Teoku, to do in advance. I wonder if this is related to doing in advance. Yeah, that's where it looks familiar. I don't know if there's any... Is there any other related things? No, there isn't. Do in advance to leave alone. Interesting. Huh. To leave something or someone without interference or attention. Right? So we're using throw. Or to release. Otte. Otte. Oh, yeah. Hold it, right? Interesting. Okay. Do have to... Okay. Remember the particles. Or the lack of. A soft toy typically filled with stuffing material and sewn fabric. This is also a conjunction. A compound verb. Or not necessarily a compound verb, I guess. It's an E adjective with... No. It's two compounds. So my May is off so. Actually, yeah. And then gurumi is together. So this is a noun, not a compound verb, but compound noun. So this is a noun. And this is an adjective. An adjective of sewn. So this is sewn, and then this is a noun of something together, like a whole, like pulled together. So that's where you get the plush toys and stuffed toys. Largely because me is a noun ending. Although these are both derived also from verbs.
Nuigurumi.
Nuigurumi. I keep saying May. Nuigurumi. Nuigurumi.
ぬいぐるみ
Because nuru? Is it nuru? Yeah, nuru is this so. And then how do you convert from gurumi? It's kind of like tanoshi. Oh wait, is it gurui? No, it's not. Okay, it's fine. Nuigurumi is okay. I hope. I'm probably gonna end up saying May instead of new sometimes. Express the actual or true nature of a situation. We do a honto, just change up the particle wa as opposed to ni. Honto wa. A polite counter used to count people. That's still a polite counter? Interesting. Oh, me. And then the action of assigning a name to someone or something. So you got the namae wa. Namae for the name, and then wa. And then you're attaching. You're literally attaching. Tsukeru. A polite way to address customers or clients, often used in business setting. This is off me, and since you're addressing someone using sonkeigo, me sama. Okay. The action of returning to a previous location or state. We are using the return with or happening to. So you're returning, you're happening of returning, because this is a kuru compound. It's a te kuru phrase. So modotte kuru. Modotte kuru. Modoru is to return, and then we're using the imperative or the te form. So modotte, and then kuru. This is a te kuru phrase. To have to come back. So it's really just to come plus in the direction, so come back. If you like, this is using like tara or ra to make a conditional statement off of yoi is how I'm gonna think about it this way. So like yoi instead past tense yokatta. So then yokatta, it's yokattara, yokattara. So if it's good, if you like it, if it's good, or if it's to your liking, stuff like that. Just is fine. To accompany someone or something back to their place of residence. So now we're combining to turn back, which is different from returning. Although they both can be used in a form of, this is to carry on back. So you're actually taking something along while returning. So you get the tsukeru. No, tsureru. Tsureru turns into tsurete. And then tsurete is added to eiru, which is to return. Then you get the act of taking someone back or back home specifically, because kairu specifically is used for returning home or returning to the original place. That is more likely home. There is another way to say return, like using mawa, or like using kairu but not kairu. What is it? It's the other kairu, I think. Maybe it's this one. It's probably this one. Which is also kairu, but I think this one deals with returning, but not necessarily specifically to return home. I don't know if that's the correct kairu. There are a couple kairus. I think this one might be. There is also modoru. Modoru is also to return. I think modoru is the one that I'm thinking of. So instead of another kairu, it's probably modoru, which was in the other word. Modo. The heck did modoru go? Yeah, this one, modo, possibly. All right. So. Okay. And then now we have a new one, which I think it's going to be seen as kind of... No, they included the kanji. To pay for someone else's expense or treat them to something. And got O station, go, rule, go, ogoru. And that is a big, and then someone with a drop. Okay. Experience pain in one's abdomen area or to have digestive irregularities, usually due to food. So breaking your stomach is the word, and breaking requires a direct object generally in this case. So we have onaka, stomach, onaka, and then wo, the direct object, and then owasu. Owasu is to break, or kind of something is off, something is not good. Collocation that describes someone's face having a pale or bluish tint, often due to shock, fear, or illness. So kao, and then ga, because this is intransitive, or like it's a descriptor, not a acting thing. So just aoi, aoi, or blue. So blue in the face. An honorific speech phrase. This is sonkeigo. Honorific speech phrase that suggests having knowledge or information about something. So there's no other thing for this existence, right? This existence. So it's either son or zon, and in this case it's zon. So with an honorific, because it's honorific speech phrase. So gozonji. Is G what I think it is? Like no? Yeah, it's no. Here it is. So this works out. So gozonji is for no. This is the kanji for no, and then we already have a kanji for the honorific go, which is like this, and then oh no, I don't know how to do the middle thing. I think they might have used something like this. And then postage. Collocation used to describe someone creating a specific expression or look with their facial muscles. Right? This is the suru having an attached expression, and then suru usually use wo in this case. So kao suru. Collocation that indicates the action of putting something over the eyes for protection. So you're wearing glasses, and then this is special using well, interestingly no, but kakeru, to hang your glasses, so wear. So megane wo kakeru. Megane wo kakeru.
Megane wo kakeru.
Oh no, there is a kakeru. Okay. Megane wo kakeru. There is another. I guess they're two separate things, right? I guess it's separated by the particle. So kakeru. Alright. We're probably not going to do a review today, only because of the digression. Reviews will probably happen more aggressively next month. Is this supposed to be? I see a mas, but there's not much to indicate. Oh, the restaurant is talking about seating. So the type of seating or reservation, that would be a way to figure out that they're referring to this. That's a typo.
明日は10名様がこのレストランに来ます。
Yeah, to talk about reservations. Huh. Kadai. I didn't see Kadai in some time. Kadai wo itta koto. Regrets. Oh, gokai shite. Kokai shite imasu. Letting go. This is probably the same as releasing. So otte. What was it? Otte.
課題を放っておいたことを後悔しています。
Uh, oh, I forgot the Kuji. Whoops. I've got the Kuji.
神社で祈る。宝くじに当たりますように。
社会の授業で平和記念資料館へ行く。
そのぬいぐるみは誰のですか？
It is. It almost feels exponentially easier to remember phrases than it is to remember like single letter character, like single characters and single verbs. And there's just so much more. It grows so much more when you have relationships between words, and then sentences obviously far more than that too. The good old context, right? More context.
子供を学校から家に連れて帰る。
And it doubles even greater because now whenever there's more than one term put together, I also know the relationship between them, the grammatical relationship between them. So it's double stacking. Tsurete, knowing tsureru, it practices understanding tsureru and tsurete and the relationship between tsurete and tsureru versus and how it's used attached to kairu. So these things are far more easier to remember than trying to remember like a word that stands alone, like mata. And then to understand
あなた
these
は
ones,
宝くじを買ったことがありますか？
and to understand these ones, I view them as separate things, and they have kanji attached to them. So this has a kanji character attached to them. So I see them as two kanji components, and then comparing them. So these are compound characters, and compound characters are far more than something like, I don't know, the mimetic ones. The mimetic ones are rough because they're simply kana. Mimetic ones are the least amount of information you can possibly have, and that's like as close to rote memory as possible without a sentence. If you're just looking at an entry on a flashcard.
よかったら一緒にお昼ご飯食べない？
どの会社の保険に入ればよいかわかりません。
Yesterday's group was wild. I think most of them were mimetic. Or I didn't look close enough. But I generally look to the kanji if I can. The script really helps.
仕方がないので諦めましょう。
No, it's oh, whoops. It's modotte kuri. Oh, kiri. Wait. How's that not?
来月に
Yeah,
息子
it's
が海外
kimas.
から戻ってきます。
I keep. It's kimas because it's a ichidan. That's a my bad. What is that? 侵入に向かって変な顔をする。Interesting. There's nothing that really says this is formal other than the deska. Anata doesn't give too much formality, but we're using sonkeigo here.
あなたは何をご存知ですか？
I guess you're asking a question. Probably might as well throw in sonkeigo. What? Oh, it's not, it's wo. Right. Yes. 生肉を食べてお腹を壊す。
あのメガネをかけている少女は誰？
誰？
ウェイトレス。
Counter.
何名のグループですか？
夫がディナーをおごってくれました。
君、顔が青いけど大丈夫？
Okay. Oops.
僕の名前は本当はかけるではなくたけしだ。
It was how do you say mo? Oh no. It's like namae what? Oh yeah, it's get it. Attaching a name to
誰が彼の名前をつけたの？
Okay. That's a pretty solid day. Gotta use our grammar whenever we can, right? Looking at vocabulary words and looking at sentences over and over again and then checking off the grammar is good. This is a great exercise. It's becoming less and less of a... It's more automatic, but we're... I don't know where I'm gonna fit sentence diagramming in at some point. I kind of want to do that, where I basically shorthand grammar points, like what's this grammar point is, you know, when I look at a, like for example, when I look at a sentence here, right? Right. This is past tense suru. That might be interesting, right? We have object marker. All this stuff is being done, right? Node is since, with an emphasis on the thing before it, I think. Or is it after? Kara is the thing after, I think. Right. And this is the actual te lesson. And then we have past tense and junbi. Junbi o shite. Right. So I'm currently doing all of that in my head for now. However, I kind of need to vocalize it and use some sort of shorthand to expedite explaining the stuff, because I do want to be able to explain the stuff in the future. The whole intent of learning something is to teach it. That's kind of the goal, right? Not because I'm gonna teach Japanese in the future. I don't plan on teaching anything like formally. The idea is I learn for the sake of teaching and explaining. I don't learn for performance or personal accolades. Like, I'm not learning Japanese to show off, for example. That's a good thing for other people. Well, like they are learning Japanese, you know, to move to Japan and eat good food and interacting with people. That's the purpose of many people. They are learning Japanese to like enjoy media and consume media. I do that. I do most of those things too. However, the purpose that I'm learning for is not for that, or like the goal. Kind of to, you know, review what I was talking about today. My goal, the bottom line, right? The bottom line, like most people, or the bottom line for myself is like most people. My bottom line is, yeah, we're gonna learn some Japanese, right? Learn some Japanese. For other people, the bottom line for theirs is fluency. Right? This is not me. I am not this. Fluency is not my bottom line. That's what the difference is, in my opinion. One of the biggest habit formation differences when it comes to the people I spoke to over these years is that their bottom line is fluency. So if they're not fluent yet, there's dissatisfaction. Not saying that it's all the time, but it's far more often than myself. Like, I'm not concerning myself with fluency. Fluency may or may not happen. Now, my bottom line is we're going to learn some Japanese. Nothing's going to stop that. I could learn one word and it would be considered learning Japanese, right? So it's a pretty lower bottom line. However, my goal, right, is not the same. It's not the same as my bottom line. Most people's goal is the same as their bottom line, which also is their max. So like their most ideal situation is also their bottom line. So if they don't become fluent, then they failed. I don't have to be fluent to be successful. That's kind of one of the things. My goal is to teach. To be able to, the goal is to be able to explain / you know, and teach what I learned. So every time I'm doing something, my thought is, okay, so what am I thinking? What kind of errors am I making? And when I make those errors, how do I correct them? What are the other methods that I can use, strategies I have in order if these things come up? So whenever someone asks me to explain, how do you remember this? I would say, well, I remember this and this and this, and sometimes I get these things mixed up, and this is how I go about doing it. That is how I explain and teach. Explain and teach what I learned. So that is my main goal. The main goal is my bottom line is always reached. So when someone comes in and asks me a question and I'm in the middle of my lessons, I already learned something today. I've already reached my bottom line. Yes, it's a very, very small bottom line. Some people might say, well, your bottom line sucks. You'll never become fluent in Japanese with your bottom line. And I'm like, I agree with you, because my goal is not fluency. My goal is to be able to explain and teach however much I have learned. So if I learned one principle, I'm going to sure as heck be able to explain it and teach it in some way that explains what I'm thinking. So that is the goal, right? And then there are really big reaching goals that would exceed my expectations, which is like to become fluent in Japanese. But this is exceeding my expectations. So now it sounds like I have realistic goals. I don't expect to become fluent in Japanese the way my goals are. My goal is to largely explain and teach what I have learned. I'm not sure that, so to make it grounded, I don't teach how to become fluent in Japanese because I haven't done it. If on the off chance some people might consider me fluent in like 4 years time or something, I'm still not going to be teaching or learning or telling people how to become fluent. I'm teaching and explaining and learning what I have learned. Fluency is not a learned concept, in my opinion. The fluency is a mile marker. It's a milestone that you arbitrarily find enough stimuli to do. What you learn in the process is not related, in my opinion. It may be able to help you be perceived as fluent, but the act of explaining and teaching things is not a focus of fluency. It's a focus of teaching and learning. So that's kind of to illustrate what I did today. Regardless if I do my reviews or not, I already did them. Like, sometimes some people are like, well, you're not doing your reviews, how are you going to remember the stuff? It's like, I already talked about them, like a lot, like 3 or 4 times today. I in my routine, when I'm doing the lesson, I'm already doing it like 2 times or 3 times over. So regardless of the review, I'll still remember the content. That's kind of like one of the big things about, well, you could stick to your one thing. That's perfectly fine. I rarely do the minimum. I don't do the minimum. I do something beyond the minimum. And you could say, well, if you're always reaching the bottom line for something big, then wouldn't you reach the same point at some point? Yeah, you do. Like, if you think like me, you're still going to get closer to fluency as you're going. And if you think like this person, or like the majority of people that I've met, you'll still get to the same place. My point that I'm making, which is what I told Mika when we were talking about habit formation and whatnot, is the journey, the process of getting there. It can be as painful, as exciting, as ups and downs. It really is dependent on how you manage your workload, your intensity and stuff. My intensity is really predicated on the basis of explaining and teaching things. So that whole habit formation, doing like the treadmill thing, looking and breaking down between the difference of tweaking time, distance versus execution on the like elevation of your treadmill, and so those are my breakdowns. I did them. I am explaining something I did and learned. Both. I have transferred and tried to explain my own experiences and learning about how to start running, how to walk better, how like walk longer, stand longer, improve stamina. And then of course I told Mika, I'm not a personal trainer. I wasn't hired to be a personal trainer. However, I've had friends, I've been acquainted with other people who had their own methodology on how to run a marathon or train for a marathon, and I shared that. And the reason why I can share that really well is most of the time when I'm doing something and trying to learn from it, I am trying to explain and teach them, because I truly believe in the idea that it's not the idea of mastery, it's the idea of being able to teach. So, like, mastery, this word mastery, I think it's, in my opinion, incredibly overrated. It's overrated in the sense that it is overrepresented in online. Teaching, the word teaching and instructing is not overrepresented. It can become overrated and overrepresented in the future. Who knows? The landscape might change. But generally, the idea of like getting good is trite to me. It's incredibly trite. When someone says, oh, well, how are you going to expect to get good at Japanese? It's like, by explaining and teaching what I learned. Like, that's how I remember things. Things become trivial, in my opinion, personally for myself. They become trivial when I have a motivation to explain and teach them. I don't get motivation by, in my opinion, by trying to fight against my imposter syndrome by saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna fake it until I make it, you know. I'm gonna pretend like I have the motivation to become fluent in Japanese because for whatever reason I've attached my goals to being able to sound like something out of the programming that I gotta be honest here. I don't like sounding like other people. And then when someone says like I remind them of someone else and whatnot, that's very flattering. I typically find it flattering because that's coincidence. I don't usually model myself after someone. I tend to try to learn from them, explain and teach what they're doing, what I think they're doing, and then by that process, coincidentally, I might end up sounding like them or behaving like them. So I describe what I think of the person in the movie or in the video or what that person is trying to teach. And through that process of understanding the developer, which yesterday I had, I don't know, this really weird passive-aggressive communication with someone with their relationship with video games. And whenever I said Pearl Abyss and Crimson Desert, they specifically said like, oh, I know this. They made Black Desert Online and stuff. It's like, yeah, but that's not my point. My point is, do you understand the developer? You're comparing a Korean developer, a group of Korean developers. You must know the landscape of Korean design and philosophy and compare them to Bethesda software, which is what they were doing. And instead of comparing them, they were looking at the product that is in isolation. And they evaluate products based on surface things like, oh, hey, the UI looks similar. And it's like, I don't see the correlation between the UI design and the mechanical design philosophy. That was what I was trying to communicate. But that's not the same as someone who simply wants to demonstrate their fluency. They're demonstrating their skills by using the skill. For me, I was trying to demonstrate by explaining and sharing that type of thing. So I didn't say what I know. I was asking their thought process. But their thought process was to dictate how much they knew. So fair enough. Right? Like, hey, I played thousands of hours of games, therefore I can make a game. And I'm like, go ahead and try. I would love to be proven incorrect, that somehow playing games and looking at and observing things without understanding their relationship somehow translates into a skill that you don't practice or use or understand about. That's very similar to someone who is fluent in a language and still unable to explain or teach what they're fluent in. It's not the same. They're related. You still need to be well versed, very fluent in the language and stuff. I'm not saying I'm not gonna have some of this. The idea is explaining and teaching has both overlapping skills and very significant non-overlapping skills. And one of them is explaining things, like trying to connect with someone, flowing your ideas and all that. Whenever someone dictates to me, like yesterday, someone was explaining to me what an RPG is, like a role-playing game. In my opinion, they got really unnecessarily defensive, in my opinion, about when I said, oh, Proto-Bis is a different developer, and they're like, yeah, I know, they make BDO, and I'm like, that's not what I'm saying, but yes, they do make BDO. And then when they needed to defend themselves, or like I'm asking them questions, they were dictating to me as though I didn't know what an RPG is. And then they explain things like, oh well, an RPG has leveling and experience, and I'm like, yeah, I can see that, I understand that, if that's what you consider as an RPG. And they had no curiosity as to why I would say that in general. Like, it doesn't only have to have that. The definitive characterization or categorization of like Japanese and fluency is the idea that you must agree on conditions. And oftentimes, very early on, when people are talking about fluency, I've asked many people, oh, what is your goal for Japanese? And they would say, to become fluent in it. And I'm like, may I ask, what is your thought process with qualifying fluency? Are you vibing it out? Because some people vibe it out. They're just going to keep learning Japanese until it clicks one day. And I'm like, that's fair enough. And other people try to define it like it's factual, where someone would say, well, fluency is these following criteria. I'm like, okay, and how are you going to measure those? Right? RPG is a lights setup. Yeah. I don't know if you were there, Fetishes in the background, but in yesterday someone said that they define RPG character development. Character development in RPGs as a leveling system and XP. And my first thought is, yeah, if you define RPG, the character development part, as must having this, then yeah, I would agree. Games that have like, there are quite a lot of games that don't have character development in the form of leveling and XP. And I was kind of waiting for them to ask. Yeah, the guy who quit the game and came in. Yeah. I knew the person for like, I knew him when he was still playing. It's been like 6 or 7 years. Like, I knew that guy before. It was a launch module. My first thought is, though, he said that he played Crimson Desert and he likes Crimson Desert. And my first thought is, I didn't say I knew, I simply said, I don't think Crimson Desert has levels in it. Right? And then he confirmed it himself that Crimson Desert doesn't have levels. And I was waiting for him to ask, like, do you think Crimson Desert is a role-playing game? Because the the thing that I was confused about is how is he understanding character development and RPG as leveling when he's playing an action RPG game with no levels. So I was getting to the point where, like, do you think that Crimson Desert has no character development? Because I was curious. Or are you making the argument that Crimson Desert is not an RPG? Like, because I was really wondering where is he going with the no RPG thing. And then he said that gear is temporary. That's why it can't provide character development. Because they're separate things. And my first thought is like, if gear is temporary and it can't provide character development, what does Legend of Zelda do? So are you suggesting, right? Legend of Zelda is not an RPG. You can call it a different thing, right? My idea was to challenge or think about how they're thinking, because they could make an argument and say, no, you know, Legend of Zelda is not an RPG, it's an adventure game. I'm like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. So Crimson Desert is often considered an action adventure game. In fact, he talked about small talk. He was like, oh, you know, I'm just trying to make small talk. I'm like, yeah, I get that you're trying to make small talk, but let's make deep talk. That's what I was referring to, but the person interpreted it as, oh, it's either small talk or no talk. And I'm like, okay, I guess we're not going to have any talk. And that's where it ended. But the reason why I brought this up is because Pearl Abyss was deliberate. They intentionally did not. There's many converging evidence. I'm not saying it's literal because I've never interviewed and I'm not affiliated with Pearl Abyss, but they intentionally in all their media removed any indication of using the word RPG. Like, they de-emphasized it. It's not a coincidence, because a lot of people call Crimson Desert an RPG. In their advertisements, they do not use the word RPG most of the time. There's still RPG floating around, like when on their YouTube channel and stuff, but they de-emphasize it. Largely because, like I said before, this whole like trite explanation of RPG needing leveling and XP as a form of character development. Like the last time I checked, leveling XP is kind of like the most trite, personally, this is me projecting, the most trite way of saying character development. Like, oh, Joy, you leveled up. Kind of like you getting older. Is that as far as character development goes? Like, so you don't talk about your collection, your choices, right? The narrative. Like, you're telling me that in RPG, the defining nature of an RPG is that they're leveling and experiences. And you just so happen to be playing a game that dispensed with that, and they also de-emphasize RPG. That was the running dialogue. That was the deeper dialogue that I was trying to get into. The person insisted that they were having small talk, so I guess small talk is basically not talking. I feel like when people talk about small talk, they're referring to talking at someone. Like you're talking at someone, at me. You're just simply there. I'm simply there to acknowledge that, oh, okay, so you fell out of love with this game, or you don't like this game because it doesn't have character development. I got you. Collecting gear is temporary, so it doesn't form any form of character development. Things are temporary because they don't have character development. Kind of like when you eat. When you eat something, it has no character development. Right? Because when you eat, the food you eat is temporary. Guess the memory of things do not develop character. It's such an interesting way to look at things when you think that character development is void of memory. So when anything is temporarily, it doesn't have any form of character development. Weird. Kind of like quitting a game. Quitting a game and then forgetting all your character development. Right? You play Slay the Spire 1. Obviously, someone's gonna say like, well, Slay the Spire doesn't have any story. So who's the character? You're the character. You're the player. That's what makes roguelikes very interesting. Roguelikes, the character is you. So whenever someone says, well, there's no character development in Slay the Spire 1, because you start over, right? You start over on runs. Or we could use your blueprints, your blueprint stuff. Fetishes, your blueprint stuff. Where like, okay, well, blueprints is a roguelike. So there's no character development. Actually, I'm being trite here. Blueprints actually has a puzzle related narrative, so it's always fun to see how the game's puzzle mechanics create a character development. Or in a different way, the character itself, it's the I don't know what it's called in blueprints, but the mansion itself is the development. You are developing the character, or like the world, or the background, the intrigue of it, and you are the character. You are the one that is intrigued by blueprints, like the mansion. Roguelikes have character development, but they're not in the form of, and this is the type of character development that person was actually referring to, like your personal growth, your feeling of your personal growth as an avatar or something. We're not even talking about the other version, which is what I was offering. They left since, but my offering is character development comes in the form of stories, the tasks you complete, like the stuff that you do when you're role playing. So like I'm talking about role playing as a character, not role playing as the player. So there's the RPG and the role is you, versus the RPG and the role is the character. Like the Witcher series, which we'll talk about in the future. Geralt is the role you play. If you removed all the levels, the leveling system in XP, in fact, most people don't play The Witcher based on leveling system. And then, when we go to Crimson Desert, it's not that. It's exactly what he said. It's the techniques, your attacks. In fact, your gear. So all your techniques and your boon points and stuff, those are your character development. It's your character progression and whatnot. So it was kind of a bit of a weird, trite conversation because it was deliberate. He wanted to keep it as small talk. And whenever I pushed back, it was, he, at least in my opinion, gave me the impression it was small talk or no talk. I'm like, all right, well, that's kind of disappointing. for someone who played the game for a really long time, I was expecting a little bit more of a deeper talk. I really welcome this idea of leveling XP. I don't know how much you like leveling XP, Fictitious. I think I like where roguelikes are when it comes to like leveling an XP. It's not like this massive cumulative thing. Like, we're not like, where did all this conversation start? The guy basically said, "Oh, I see the game is still stuck at level 20." And he was like, well, and he was expecting that it would evolve. I'm like, evolve in what way? Level 20 is a number. Like, how do you know that the game is stuck in evolving by seeing that the level is the same? Kind of like saying games that, like roguelike games, where you always go from level 1 through 20 has no character progression or have no character development. Well, you could have other things, and then that person specifically confirmed gear. And I'm like, well, I wasn't referring to gear. I was referring to what I'm doing. I'm completing tasks. These tasks have stories or lore, for those who don't believe that MMOs have stories, because I can actually concede they have lore. So when you complete lore, that's progression. When you complete achievements, I suppose that is not a consideration for character development. My long, the long story short now, the TLDR is this type of trite explanation and teaching. Levels are fine, but some games make it a grind. Exactly. Yeah, they make it a grind. And this, in my opinion, the grind is the... I'm gonna be a little biased here. The grind, when it becomes a grind, it's the cheapest form. You know what I mean? That's what... I feel like that's what you mean by, but some games make it a grind. When it becomes a grind, it's a cheap form of character development. Like this, when leveling is your example of character development, it just becomes a cheap version. Like, it's cheap. It cheapens the meaningfulness of what it means to level. Korean MMO used to, yeah, they have insane and here's the thing. I was alluding to this. So Pearl Abyss makes BDO, right? Like, that's what he raises, and he's like, okay, well, let's talk about BDO. We didn't end up talking about BDO. But BDO is that Korean MMO that you speak of, the grind mentality BDO. And I was like, okay, all right. The guy got a little defensive and said, like, I know, they make BDO. And I'm like, okay, all right. So what about BDO that I'm referring to? Because, and they immediately said, well, I hate BDO. And I'm like, all right, that's great. You hate BDO. And then they said, well, this Crimson Desert is the first time a non-Western, I'm gonna be a little bit more politically inclusive than what he said, because I think that's what his intent was. A non-Western developer made such a game that quote-unquote worked. And my first thought is, well, they made BDO and that's it. And then Crimson Desert is their next game. Right, well, they are technically making 4 games. It's just Crimson Desert is the next game that they released. And they literally decided we're not going to have levels. A Korean developer decided to make a non-leveling thing. And the funny thing is, they also mentioned this is their first... It's been a while since they've played a single-player game. since Skyrim. And their comment was like, oh, you know, I was kind of worried about Crimson Desert because the UI looked like something out of Bethesda Soft, right? Or something. I'm like, I don't understand how the UI can tell you. I mean, the UI has issues and all that. I can tell that. That's a separate. But I don't see how that has anything to do with like other things that they're talking about. Anyways, the idea is this is a developer and they're releasing. I mean, the other game that I'm looking forward to that I might play is Dokuvi, which is the next title to be released. But they were waiting until Crimson Desert comes out. And it's going to be like still going to be a couple years. And Dokuvi is supposed to be a monster collector. So such an idea is that how'd you know? Like, it's one of those things like, oh yeah, you played one game and now it's the best thing since sliced bread. And then the next game you play, it might be the worst thing since sliced bread. I don't understand how you're correlating all these things. Not that I'm willing to challenge their experience. I wanted to dive deeper. Like, don't you find it refreshing that there's a game that you're currently playing that's a role-playing game? It's a single-player game, right? Single-player game. It has character development. It's an action adventure. You're playing a role game, and it doesn't have any levels in it. So wouldn't it be one of the things you consider as it's working that you haven't considered it works? Because I genuinely like, I mean, I think I play more games with less of that type of leveling system than games that has that leveling system. Like, for example, gacha games. They, after the initial 1.0 launch, XP is not even like, XP is not part of the equation. It's just dressing. Like, XP is not part of it anymore. You think the exponential XP grind is just disrespectful for your time? I agree. I absolutely agree. So, here's that question. When you think of exponential, because World of Warcraft did it first. Like, for me, the first time I reached, actually, RuneScape first. When I, the first time I've like hit that type of exponential XP grade. So we're not talking about like Final Fantasy, where they do use an exponential XP system, but the reward, how the XP is given, was also exponential. It also scaled, right? Then came like your MMO stuff, your like mine was RuneScape first, then World of Warcraft, where the XP requirement was exponential, but the XP reward scaled less. If you know what I mean. Where like there's a difference between single player games that use XP and their reward scales to it. So like it is to pace out the game, but the numbers go up respect to each other, even though the exponential XP grind happens. I know you mean like the nets, the requirement of the time goes up exponentially against them. In the case of like Final Fantasy games and single player games, the number itself actually goes up exponentially, but the reward also goes up proportional to that. So it didn't end up in the situation where there's exponential XP grind. Then came RuneScape and World of Warcraft, where that happens, where it became an exponential XP grind because the reward did not scale with the requirements. And that's when we got into that modern age of where level is somehow required for character development. or character progression. It's a weird place. And now where does Neverwinter come in here? One of the few things that I actually like about Neverwinter is that there isn't exponential XP grind. They ended up doing something else, which is not the greatest either. Like I agree with it. He tackled the idea of gear. So, you know, gear score. Gear score is another way to where the number goes up and stuff, and that's dubious as well. So I'm not saying Neverwinter did this. The thing is, in evolution of a game that did a level squeeze, by the way, it's kind of a level squeeze. He talked about where it was originally level 60 and then it gets reduced to level 20. I'm like, these are still the same thing. Like, it's a level cap and there cease to be XP grinding. Now, that's not to say the grind didn't change. So what Neverwinter did is that they grind for completion. So he mentioned the gear. I agree with him. Like, there's no way I can deny that. He called it the the endless, or something like endless gear hunt, right? The endless gear hunt. I'm like, that's fine. The completion also has XP in it. Also disrespect the time obtaining gear when it instantly... Yes, exactly. The endless gear grind, right? The gear rotation. That's what he was talking about. Gear is temporary, right? That's the comment that he made. The gear is temporary because it instantly gets outclassed. And I totally agree with that. Like, that is disrespectful of time spent. So, what else did they do to compensate for it? Or like the other ways that I like. There are other ways other than that. So that whole gear churning thing, I'm not a fan. I already talked about my disagreements with it. In fact, I don't even cover gear in Neverwinter streams. Rarely. Whenever someone asks. Or there's a controversy or like a debate about it. I talk about completion. So you're completing your journal. And that is another form of XP grinding, because you're technically currency grinding. You're grinding for currency. Like, a currency leads to completion. So the weekly hauls, like weeklies and dailies, are a form of, like, you're doing your reviews, right? In language learning, you're doing your lessons. That's currency building. You are building currency. Or XP in a different way. That's keeping track. A tracker is a currency tracker. How much time you use is a currency tracker. Now, replacing that time is rough. So gear is temporary. I agree with you. Turning it into a grind is also a double offense. So you churn gear and turning it and attaching it into a XP grind, now that's double whammy. So a compelling argument for someone to, like, say stop playing Neverwinter would be, this is not for them. And I'm like, I agree with you. And then I was curious. I even asked them a rhetoric, which they didn't care that much. They only cared about what they thought, at least in my opinion. I asked them, what do you think I'm playing and streaming Neverwinter about? And they came up with a deflection. They used a deflection. They said, well, your reasons are your own. And I'm like, okay. And then that told me that, oh, so you tell me you're curious about what I'm streaming about, like, you're curious why I'm streaming and what I'm doing, yet you told me you don't care. Like, how can you tell someone you don't care by saying you do care by making small talk? It's like telling you, like, hey, Petitious, how's your day? I don't care. Like, then why'd you ask in the first place? Like, it's like exchanging platitudes. Like, oh, I'm just stopping by to say hello. I just wanted to know what's going on. And like, no, you're here to tell me what you think. And I was trying to share what I think. And then you told me, well, you can keep your opinions to yourself. And I'm like, yeah, I also didn't ask for your opinion either. That's the whole point of small talk, right? Or lead to deeper talk. Anyways, that's a different respect. Like that's a different type of respect. And I agree with you, the disrespecting time. Now, something I want to like expand upon a little. Then I'm playing P5X. And now we have gacha games, right? We have gacha games. And this is where it gets a little interesting because I really do enjoy P5X because P5X doesn't spin gear. It also doesn't do like character replacement yet. And so far in the I can look forward into 2 years, a year ahead because, global is behind. They don't do character replacement too, like power creep things. So that's really neat. And then on top of that, it's a narrative-based game. So most of the stuff is completing your narratives, right? Consistently building your narrative and horizontal investment. So the idea is there is a form of character development and character progression, either as the player for collecting things like a gacha game, for example. Obviously, now we have other problems that you might argue, well, it's a gacha game, so spending money and stuff. It's like, yes, that's a whole different topic. However, in terms of the feeling of character progression as either the player who's collecting the stuff or you're following the characters, it's narrative driven and they promote horizontal investment. So now it's about the task. So their goal is to create the task to utilize the roster. And even when they have roles that are overlapped, like for example, a DPS, right? You can choose your favorite DPS. You might have 3 core DPS banners, right? And then you have like 7 subs. So the way they go about it is they make a task that requires more than 3 DPS, which means that all the other ones that you invested horizontally would be part of the use case. And that is where I was gonna go when I was talking about live service games. Like P5X, despite obviously the reason why P5X is incredibly really disliked is its contrast with being a single player game. So it's a gacha game. So subtract 5 points, right? So it gets 5 out of 10s on a platform that don't support gacha games. On a mobile platform, it's a 4+, right? So for this, I love the idea of how they're doing it, where, okay, what happens if all the gear was represented like an adventure game, but the adventure game is represented by characters and not by the gear. So now you're collecting characters as opposed to collecting gear. And the gear that you collect, the banners that you collect, feel more like the tools you collect in Legend of Zelda. So now we take this around full circle. This is how Crimson Desert goes about their non-level system, which is also what characterizes a quote-unquote an adventure game as opposed to an RPG game. But they're adventure RPGs, as in you play the role of a character that is being progressed through an adventure. The adventure category is the category where you're not circumventing or superseding your gear. You don't outgrow your gear. You horizontally build on top of your gear. or not on top, but side by side. Like your tools remain to be tools, like a puzzle game, right? Like a puzzle game. If you have one rule, you have another rule, and you continue to have rules, and then those rules can interact with each other. So they're horizontally invested. So then you don't encounter the thing where like, oh, if you know rule 2, you never need to do rule 1. If you know rule 3, you never need to know rule 1 and rule 2. That's where the gear happens, the outclassing a gear. You earn this gear and suddenly it's gone because it gets superseded by the next thing. And I think exponential XP grind also trivializes that too, where XP is worth something and then suddenly it's worth even less than it's ever been as you go on in the game. So the exponential XP grind supersedes everything else. So like your grind from level, the number itself, your grind from level 1 through 79 is less than level 80. This makes it so that this is garbage. Like it gets circumvented. So oftentimes MMOs eventually they hit the end game and they stop leveling up. So they just cut the level and introduce subsystems. And those subsystems are supposed to create horizontal investments. Basically, you add a new subsystem, and that subsystem has an XP system. But they're separate SP systems, like your artifact weapons, or like an artifact system, or like in this case, P5X has a revelation card system, and then you have your ranking stuff, right? And then weapon levels, like weapons have levels, all of that stuff, the greater the subsystem. So to me, this is where live service games thrive. And I was gonna go talk about that as a means to take a jab at Neverwinter, because Cryptic does not do subsystems. They keep displacing their current system. Like they're limited in subsystems, so the only way they can show progression is by displacement or substitution. So what is that? It's the BIS, the heckin' BIS, the meta and BIS syndrome. Like if you play Slay the Spire, you go back to playing Slay the Spire fetishes, if you think of BIS, then you're basically just playing the same meta over and over again. And if a new meta comes along, it's supposed to replace your current meta, as in the BIS that you once were gets phased out for the next BIS, the next best in slot. And that's kind of the gear churning thing that I would have conceded. I'm like, yeah, that's not for me. I legitimately don't even play Neverwinter for this. The BIS chasing, the constant gear churning that is disrespectful of your time. Like, yeah, I agree with you. So oftentimes my thought is you can still take it with a grain of salt. You can still do something, like for example, learn Japanese. You can still learn Japanese despite disliking grammar. Right? There's a chance that someone can like something more than they dislike something. And it was a little bit disappointing when it wasn't obvious that this person was telling me something that I agree with them, but they weren't talking to me because they didn't hear what I'm saying, where I was alluding to, like, there's something that I do like about it. I cover the new content. I don't cover the gear thing. I also don't cover the level thing, even though there isn't a level thing. So I heard what they liked about Crimson Desert, and I also like that part about Neverwinter. Neverwinter has those parts in it. Now, live service, really, games don't thrive without new subsystems, though. You really end up getting pigeonholed into exponential XP grind and power creep. Power creep and XP grind, right? Those things really destroy live service. It's a little bit different if it was like expansion based. I can kind of give a pass on expansion base, because expansion base comes like Guild Wars is expansion base. You could make an argument if it was like 2 years, or like maybe there's like some detachment from that, and then they create a new. Usually expansions introduce new subsystems, so you're like leveling something else. You're leveling and improving something else, as opposed to replacing or displacing your existing stuff. And that is the current debacle, or like place of controversy. And what's even worse than that, at least in my opinion, is when live service games get into the pattern of increasing the grind, increasing the repeats of displacement. I'm not sure if you're currently playing a game like that, Fictitious, but in Neverwinter right now, they're trying to increase the time it takes to repeat the same displacement. And that's what I spent most of my time talking about. The person that I was talking to was here for like the tail end of my quote-unquote my long speech. The idea is, if you're going to repeat the grind, increasing the time to repeat the same action is not conducive to a live service model. You're trying to introduce a horizontal investment that has its own separate grind. It might be more time, but it has to not displace something of your development, your progression and development. So the thing is, that's when you get into the territory, is the developer scared or worried? Is the developer complacent? Right? For example, someone loves to run and they become scared to do anything else, so they just keep running. They run faster and faster and faster, and they just learn to like it, as opposed to then they will start jogging and walking. Those are separate subsystems. And in those separate subsystems, you have separate XP gauges for them. So, for example, if you know English, right, you can try Japanese. Japanese have a different XP tracker, and English have a separate XP tracker. What's great about live service, in my opinion, and what I mean by live service, I'm talking about like subscription-based things. Not that all of it's great. I'm highlighting specifically a narrative. You subscribe to life, right? We all have lives. And when you diversify on occasion, because it's disrespectful to your time, like you yourself, personally, someone else can look at your life and they can tell you you can be disrespectful to your own time. Like, what's a great example of disrespecting your own time? Doom scrolling. You can make an argument that if someone sees another person doom scrolling, they could be disrespectful to their own time on this planet, on this lifetime, by doom scrolling, right? So the idea is that you introduce, whenever that becomes complacent, you can introduce other skills, other subsystems. So when you're bored of English and you learn Japanese, that becomes a separate subsystem. And the thing about live service is that it can mirror that. And the neat thing about life is that you can have emergent properties. So when you introduce enough subsystems in a video game, for example, we're using a video game as a microcosm for life, right? For someone's life. In a video game, if you create enough subsystems, in this case, I'm using language learning as a way, like a person is a conduit, a microcosm, right? You learn English, you learn Japanese, you learn Spanish, then you learn Chinese, and they all have separate exponential XP, because eventually there's exponential XP. Most skills, right? Most skills plateau. They do this, where the requirement for improvement requires an exponential amount of time, right? T goes up. So when you stack these, though, there's a chance that they interact with each other. So at some point, most of your skills are going to plateau and require an exponential amount of time, or XP grind. And in order to alleviate that or create different emergent properties, you introduce other skills. So that's kind of, in my opinion, how, if you describe the gold standards, like the games like MiHoYo and stuff, like their properties, how successful they are is how layered their subsystems are. They're trying to create and mirror by offsetting the exponential XP grind and the problem of displacement. Now, you might be thinking, okay, well, is there displacement in language? Yes, there's displacement in language as well. And to me, this is where I come in when it comes to language learning. I think people are disrespectful to their own native language by insisting that the target language is consistently more important than their native language. I'm not saying that it's good or bad, as in, what's the right way to do things. My thought is saying that your English is no longer important because you're going to speak Japanese for the rest of your life. That's disrespecting your time spent acquiring English. So it happens in real life as well. Like, we don't have to talk about video games. However, now that video games is a lifestyle, right? It's a lifestyle choice. It's part of your habits. Then constantly displacing your habits, like your gear. You're displacing your gear while your skills become exponentially grindy. Like, how do you improve English? Lots and lots of time, because you're a native English speaker now. All right, well, that sucks. Like, okay, we're just not going to do it. We're going to displace it with another language. So now whenever I speak to someone, they're like, oh yeah, I really like Japanese, but I absolutely hate English. You mean the language we're using to communicate with each other? Like, yeah, well, English is just boring. Like, I already know everything about English. Do you now? Like, okay, well, I'll believe you. I mean, you're fluent in English, right? And they're like, okay, well, English is just boring. Japanese is just so much more interesting. It's like, well, let's hope that when you become fluent in Japanese, Japanese doesn't become boring to you either. Maybe your lifetime will last long enough. Japanese will last long enough to last for a lifetime, or the rest of this person's lifetime. So there is a deep discussion that I was going to go get into with this particular person. However, this particular person was obviously not interested in any of that. In fact, they considered all the talk that we had as small talk. I guess the thing about small talk is, and here's the kicker, here's the setup, right? My punchline. The thing about small talk is that It is an exponential XP grind. And it is gear replacement. That's how small talk operates. You do a lot of it for low gains. And then every time you start new small talk, it's a gear replacement. It's cheap. And it takes a long time to gain anything from it. So the biggest irony here is, how do I know when I'm talking to someone who don't respect time in general in a mutual way? They simply respect their own time. When they think of small talk as a vehicle of nothing to gain, they talk as their nothing to gain. Which is then wraps around to why I'm having this discussion in the first place. Like, you want to be interested, at least in my opinion. And I think this stuff is really interesting. I like how I'd like to learn how people deal with exponential XP grind, and then like their perspective on, well, how would you want to spend your time obtaining gear? And the reason why that's important is because then you can say, oh yeah, it's an adventure game. You want to play an adventure game. Now, I'm going to put these in quotes because categorization is arbitrary, right? For me, the adventure game is that gear is equivalent to method. So the gear you obtain is a horizontal method. It's a horizontal and layered method. So those layers are distinct. They don't mix. You're not like replacing them or displacing them. You're gaining a bunch of gear, and all the gear horizontally perform a task that are layered and interact with each other, but they don't displace each other. Like, you don't get a drill and suddenly it gets replaced by a bow and arrow. That bow and arrow and that drill functions horizontally, but there's a chance you can use the drill with the bow and arrow. So that's what makes like things like Legends of Zelda, right? Legend of Zelda, an adventure game. Nowadays though, I think we're kind of dawning on a new era where this whole idea of the exponential XP gain as a cheap source of XP, as a cheap source of character development, is kind of getting pushback. Because what is a cheap source of character development? Here you go. Right here. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's cheap. I hope that that's a bit confusing because I think most people think cheap is bad. Cheap is easy. Like if you want an easy time, like, you know, if you want to enjoy your food, add some salt. Salt is a cheap, reliable source of a flavor enhancer, right? It's a seasoning, right? We're not asking you to make like a, I don't know, a balsamic reduction, you know, vinegar reduction to elevate your dish. That's a different story. So all these things do exist, obviously. However, I think the hyperfixation on like, oh, is this progression? This is progression. A tracker is like your reviews going down is a form of progression. This is a form of progression. I think these things are getting a little bit overrepresented. And I actually think that the person I was talking to is fatigued by it. And that's why they stopped playing. At least I was gonna suggest that if we were gonna have a deeper talk. And I agree with you, Fetishas. I think that I am fatigued by it as well. I think it's incredibly refreshing, especially when you play like a puzzle game, or nowadays even roguelike games, right? You dispense with it. Like they typically dispense, which or how do you spell dispense? Dispense with it. And you and I, when you ever share your video game, like the occasional time when you talk about blueprints and Slay the Spire and stuff, it's refreshing because you're sharing something that is independent of displacement. Like you're not displacing things with all the time you're spending, and that makes them very identifiable. So I don't think it's a coincidence that you and I have talked about puzzle games and roguelike games and whatnot on multiple occasions as highlights, or specifically watching like shows and media that is often a horizontal investment, which is our topic that we were talking about in the Discord. The whole idea of fire knives. Fire knives is not displacing like a ball sport. It's in addition to a ball sport, which is really neat. That's by sheer coincidence. I don't know, maybe it's like because you look at the internet and the internet feeds you stuff and internet feeds me stuff. By sheer coincidence, I was also looking at alternative things, like alternative sports or disciplines or martial arts, basically alternative martial arts. And that goes to that, for the Japanese thing, it's kyudo, right? Kyudo was the art form, the long bow art form, which is different from modern archery and the Olympic archery. Olympic archery this is not in the Olympics, right? So it's very regional, or regionally inclined anyways. And that's neat because you're not displacing something. And learning about it or seeing it is in addition. It doesn't have power creep or like a outclass. There's no like competition between them, like, oh, which one. I can already imagine some keyboard warrior out there is going to say, well, Kyudo is not as cool as composite bow discipline or like hunting rifle. Like if you try to categorize it in a way that it can be displaced, then yeah, things will seem a little boring. Like for example, comparing Star Trek, comparing Star Trek with Star Wars. Like, okay, this tells me something about the person that I'm talking to. If they're gonna say Star Trek and Star Wars is very similar, then I need to get on that level. So that person started with Crimson Desert, had a UI that's reminiscent of a Bethesda software game. That's where they started. And my first thought is, whoa, we really need to step back far. Like we got to step back far. And then, they landed on that RPG requires an XP system in order to have character development. And then I knew where I was, like what I'm gonna do, right? So I was gonna talk about adventure games, because adventure games is like an orange, and RPG is like an apple. But what they did was they compare apples and oranges anyways. So I was gonna go and talk about apples and oranges. Like if you can compare Skyrim to Crimson Desert, then I most certainly can make the case of comparing Legends of Zelda to Neverwinter on the same level. We get on the same level, on the same or similar pages. My thought is, well, let's have a deeper talk. Sorry. Anyways, thanks for humoring me, Letitious. It's always useful having someone with the punchlines. All right, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. lots of fancy discussions. We were talking, this spiraled off of Mika and learning or asking me for any suggestions about what to do with wanting to start like a gym routine or whatnot, and all of that spiraled into looking at the perspective of lifestyle choices. And that's where I started talking about video games again and live action, you know, like lifestyle, right? Basically is the whole takeaway today about my digression is around lifestyle choices. There was a time when I would say video games are not part of a lifestyle choice, but now video games are in competition with like a gym, right? Gym, diet, games. And thinking about this intersection really allows me to connect with some of these people. Like, I think kids, the younger they get, the more likely that if you can phrase choices or use analogies with video games, you can make them usable for like gym, school, diet, weight, and whatnot. How to understand how to respect your time, how to feel like you're respecting your time. Obviously, other people can tell you their own opinions. The idea is you can take the feedback of other people's opinions and reevaluate and adjust your own opinion. And my suggestion dealt with time. Like, how do you respect your time in the gym? You can stack, you can layer. So the whole thing in a TLDR was that, okay, well, what are your goals? What do you think is a form of progression? And that was her weight and her stamina on her feet. So then we use that to layer all the skills that she may or may not have. You can layer your habits, your other habits, existing habits, right? There's reading. If you can learn how to read and walk, you can learn how to listen and walk, and that listening and reading can deal with different materials, and all while developing all the layered skills for note keeping, right? Note keeping, routine management, intensity, and health, right? Things that deal with respecting your time. So layering all these things is what a video game does. A video game, when designed through a developer and publisher, right? Because the publisher is the specific one that determines like time spent and whatnot because of investments and like, but they have to create these systems, all of these systems, weighing where's the gain, where's the skill development, and how they're layered in order to maintain, quote unquote, a lifestyle. Because games is part of your lifestyle. That's a life skill now. And I've been using this game analogy for some time, developing this parallelism between that, because games are convenient now. It's a convenient place to start. It's not as dissimilar anymore from dieting, gym, and school. Now, we're talking about dieting specifically, not the act of eating. And then, you know, before then, there's still a higher level, a even more mandatory level, and that's sleep, right? Sleep is slightly above these choices of school, gym, diet, and games. And satiety is what I would say that's above diet. Satiety is the mandatory thing. So sleep, satiety are two things that are even beyond the choices we make when it comes to games, diets, gym, and school. You can go on a diet. You can choose a diet. Satiety is being full and not starving. So, right? So these are, and then obviously above here is like health. And we're talking about health in the sense of pathogen-free, hygiene, basically. We're specifically talking about hygiene and like ailments and whatnot. That's beyond diet, gym, school, and games. Because can't choose to. You can try to mitigate, but you can't choose to like not get infected by a virus if it happens. Those are the non-controlled things. So I view often games nowadays, especially a live service game. We're not technically talking about single player games and self-contained games because those are temporary. Those are things that are self-contained, like watching a movie and stuff. But if you view the act of watching movies, the act of reading books, and you connect all of them, then we're talking about the live service of a life skill. And that's you as a character. All your movies that you either forget or displace may or may not disrespect your own time. Like watching a movie for the sake of forgetting it and cheap XP, right? You could make an argument that's a disrespect of your time. Trying to remember a key thing that you like about the movie so that you can bring it with you for the rest of your life to your next movies, that is creating more value out of your time spent. And this is very similar to coming up with a new gym routine. Are you respecting your time? Because I think it's incredibly, personally, I'm projecting this. I'm going to be projecting this. I think it's quite disrespectful to go into the gym thinking it's a temporary thing you're going to do, and then it's going to get displaced by your complacency. So like when you go into the gym and you're going to the gym to tell yourself, I'm doing this temporarily so I can lose some weight and enjoy myself and then gain it all back. Or I can do it for as long as I can reach my goal and then forget about it and do no maintenance or putting down the roots of foundations because you just wait until you gain the weight back again and then do it all over again. That to me, I'm projecting again, is a disrespect of your own time. You're like, it feels like you're inherently from a third person perspective, from outside of this person, you're disrespecting your own time by establishing a temporary routine to put a band-aid on a problem like your weight and your hygiene, and then wait until it gets bad again and then do it all over again. And that's how I feel about certain live service games. And then it goes back to what Fetisha said, the whole displacement, disrespect time of obtaining gear and then instantly being outclassed by something else right after, and the exponential XP grind, because exponential XP grind does a very similar effect. All the things that come after dwarfs everything that comes before, which feels like you're basically spinning in place. Like if you replace your gear constantly and everything you achieve goes away immediately and then you're repeating the same thing, you're treading in place. You're constantly treading in place. So buying, like for example, buying a great car and then replacing it with a slightly better car the next day feels like a disrespect of one's money, for example, which happens very often. I cherry picked a car, but we can just simply talk about like a mouse or a monitor or a keyboard. That, in my opinion, has become the typical standard. It requires these things in order to get people to be motivated to do something. However, to me, it's non-sustainable, cheap motivation. If it requires you to have instant gratification over and over again in order to do something for a lifetime, that's a tough ask. All right. Anyways, all of this is about learning Japanese, by the way, in case anyone is curious. The themes that I talked about today was completely related to how one studies, how one makes a decision, commitment, how they consistently figure out rewards for their own time. So I did mention that I was projecting, so take it with a grain of salt. You yourself are entitled to understand and feel how well your time is being spent. Now, if someone was asking for my opinion, I've shared some of that today. I think there are people who like the way they spend their time, and I myself might seem like it's disrespecting their time. However, I'm not here to convince them to feel otherwise. I do want to offer possibly a alternative explanation. So when I'm studying Bunpro, right, like I'm on Bunpro right now, this is how I respect my time. I place all my decisions with regards to what the message I want to present. So Bunpro reminds me that I'm spending time working on something fairly big, and it deals with lifestyle choices and executive function, not necessarily because I want to learn one extra word or I want to learn one more grammar point. Those come with it. We're doing layered acquisition. Each moment of my studying reminds me of many other things, so that life doesn't feel like I'm spending, I can only gain one thing. Like if you go to the gym, you can only gain gym time. You can go to the gym, feel good about walking, seeing other people, listening to your favorite music. You can do many of those things. You're layering all your stuff. So the more subsystems you have that you're working, the less and less you feel like you're disrespecting your time. And then when something comes along that displaces one of them, at least it feels less. Like it feels less detrimental. If you play a game that the whole point is to hunt gear and then replace it, yeah, that sucks because that's the whole game. So you have no other motivations to play the game anymore. And when someone comes up and tells you, I quit the game for this reason, and it's like one or two very specific reasons, then you kind of know what kind of person you're talking to. Because if I told them how I felt and I told them what my thoughts are, it's a waste of their time because they have no respect for my time either. Which is a really interesting topic to have to speak with someone. If you want to glean someone's priorities, ask them, why did they quit doing something? Why did they quit listening? Why did they quit learning? A lot of that really tells you how far they'll go with how they value their time. To me, I think that's a really important tool in my shed. So when someone asks me, do you think I can learn Japanese? I don't know. When was the last time you felt like your time was well spent on acquiring a skill that required potentially multiple years to curate? Do you still have that skill? Are you still iterating on that skill? Do you use it in everyday practice with all of your other skills? Have you layered that skill on top of something else? Because if you haven't, probably learning another language is not for you. In a like a mental satisfactory way. Because the skill you're talking about is learning another language that is going to potentially even displace and be layered on top of nearly everything you do on a regular basis. Right? If you want to become fluent in Japanese and truly fluent, you are displacing your current language. And that current language is being used for nearly every other interaction with the social communication aspect of your lifestyle. So if you're not willing to do that and you haven't done that with, say, a skill that is lesser, video games, I usually ask about video games. I usually ask about hobbies or the interpretation of progression and satisfaction. Many of those things you can glean from that what their problem areas may end up being. because a language is very fundamental. It's a life skill, in my opinion. Communication, it's tied with communication, which is tied into communication, which is a life skill. So someone who says, I don't like talking to people, you probably want to work on that before you learn another language. However, you can always try to learn a new language and work on that as well. So now you're layering your time. You're learning to communicate by being interested in a target language. That is acceptable, at least in my opinion. That's a little bit more of a respect for your own time. Otherwise, if you think that you communicate well in English and you don't think you need to communicate well in Japanese, or like focus on your communication skills in Japanese, I think that's disrespectful to your time in general, because you think that something is optional when it is not. As in, like, hey, I want to learn how to speak well in a target language without overcoming my social anxiety. My first thought is, both. You probably want to work on your social anxiety on top of, like, you want to encourage yourself to do both, because not doing one feels like you're disrespecting your time doing the other. That's for those who specifically want to learn a target language to communicate with someone, right? Or I want to help people learn a language when you didn't spend time learning how to teach something, and then you give advice by not learning how to explain things and teach things. That's a disrespect, in my opinion, for your time and other people's time and people who work in the profession's time. To me personally, it's like trying to cook cheese without cheese. That's kind of a terrible thing, a terrible analogy. It's like going to a job with a tool requirement and you simply decided, I'm not going to use that tool because you're above it. You don't need it. And the idea is, well, you could use it and do other things. You don't have to, like, limit yourself for both your ego or being a conformist or something like that. It's weird. I think there are many ways people negotiate their time, and the whole being efficient with your time, it can still be disrespectful for being efficient. Okay. That's a wrap. Yeah. That's all we have for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, right? Share experiences. That's how we layer our time. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第493天 is day 493. Still trucking along on our reviews. So let's get another 100 in under our belt today. Do we have any freebies? 1? 2? Templar, that's not a freebie. Templar Knight. A voice recorder is, yeah. What did they use for the scimitar? Oh, Tusk. Tusk. Okay. Okay.
z
Okay. Weird.
笑
Yep. Oh, is it? Oh no. How in a foreman? What? Hold up.
mu
I guess herding is better. Oh. Well, certainly not woo, right? Probably Russia, yeah. Okay.
No.
Heck. Oh no. Oh no.
Low.
I can't spell basket. What?
Li.
A mole with the flag. Oh, I typed woo, didn't I? Whoa is what I was thinking. Dang it. Yeah, I typed woo. Yeah, okay, to rest, alright. The bill is for resting. Okay. So droppings was what I was thinking of, but that's not dropping. Oh, but this is
则
the. And how do I do this? Like handing out shoes. Like she's choosing responsibility for peeps, which should be retroactive. Or maybe not. What can we... Oh no, it doesn't stand alone. We could use fortunate though. Okay. Say what? Yeah. Okay. The waist. We could do the cowboy woman thing. Or want. That's where I got Yao from. Okay.
Xie.
Eh?
举
Dang it. Is it hold with both hands? Dang it. Okay. I really thought it was Mei or Hui. It woman's soul. Oh, I got the tone incorrectly. Wait. It's gonna help her repent. I think that's okay. So this is not, it wasn't Yin, not Je. I thought Je was something else. There's not a lot of these for sure.
遮
Okay. Oh no. Okay, this is the moon one, right?
捐
In heck, probably donate. Fingers to donate. Fingers to donate.
八
What the ba? Horn, okay. I was gonna say sound, but the horn sound. Just horn. Thinking about lava
握
or grasp, as opposed to no wait. To hold, yeah, or grasp. That's 3. Wait. I lost it. It's gone. Dang it, it's gone. Can I get it back? Uh,
海
okay.
腰 毁
Yo, what?
汉
Okay. Wait. I'll come back. What in the world? Was it done? Okay. I might need something for this. I don't think who's doing well. Really not much I can do about it though. Hmm.
买
Oh no, I just went with that. That did not work out.
新 句
Or like refuse. Decline is fine.
Hu 明
Ah! It's dark, not hazy.
Go
That one's tough. Probably will have a problem sometime. What in the world is this?
会
Yeah, gun
Gung.
and gun is you know what? Gun reminds me of, or dedicated. What was the other one? Consolidate? Gong. Gong consolidate is pretty rough. About that level. What happened here? Oh,
崩
it's making a noise of some sort. I don't remember what the noise. A thump. Of course it's a thump. I really thought this could have been... Oh, wait. Oh no. Probably you. Okay, Imperial. Yeah, this is the honorific as well. Did I do a swap up with the sundial and the... I did not. I did default to share for unload though. Oh. Dang it, unloading some Imperial sandals. Alright. Let's keep that for now.
玉
Wait. Type of noise was it? With silk. Heck.
花 静 宁
Oh no. What type of tree is this? Not an elm tree. Not a palm tree. It's not that weird tree, right? Like this? Oh, it's a heckin' lemon. Alright. It's not even... Alright. Fine. I either know it or I don't. For now. What? Oh, I know what it is. I think I know what it is. The heck is that? Let me YOLO something.
分 之
The creek. The sound creek.
叠
Probably chatter, okay. All the utterances.
乌
Fun. Indignant. I could only, well, angry. I'm not sure if that's indignant good enough for angry. I think so, right? Let me see. Feeling or showing anger. Okay, yeah.
Fen.
Wait. I had an idea on this. Hold. Oh no, that doesn't seem would work out. I don't know.
鼓
Cereal's so not great. Oh. Wait, is this? Oh no, it's. I was thinking of a kanji just now. Let's pacify.
静
I thought it was Jin, so it is not Jin. I didn't. Immediately I wanted to type T. Doesn't seem right. Chanting. Submerge. Okay. Right place. Person, not so much. The person is not quite ringing. Oh, it's because of the sun. Oh, big sun spray. Let's do double butler sun. Wait. Oh. It doesn't actually stay alone. Huh. I'm gonna turn it. I can turn that around. So this is mortar. What was a read on mortar? While also being probably also being a specific tree. So I think it's yeah, okay. Hello. So they went with Jiao for this. Which is the mortar, right? Okay.
Qian.
Yo, what? I want to type moo. That doesn't seem right. Often. Whoa.
旧
I forgot the right tree.
Huo.
Ah! Really? What?
Mo.
Oh, is this membrane? Okay. It's no or bad. Ooh, We just got this today in Bunpro. Okoru? Something like that. What does this mean in... I want to... Big... extravagant. Oh, luxury, yeah. Okay.
Who?
Wow.
Young.
Calamity, okay. Okay. That's okay.
No.
Not sure about this tone. Oh. Our sign belongs outside. Okay.
So. Chang.
What? Sing, okay. Yeah, sing's fine.
Man.
Oh. Bum. I meant to type bun. In like mantou.
Hun.
That one is so weird. It's so weird.
Si.
This one's pretty weird too.
Shi.
Oh no. It's shu or heat. Okay.
Ju.
The what?
Fang.
Oh, it's like seemingly that one. I don't know. Seemingly unguarded. Seemingly works without the sandals, right? Dang it. Pung. It's probably just pung. enclosure with a wheel. Oh,
唱
oh no, how do I like, what is the saying? Like, smooth, okay. Okay. No. YOLO. Die. Okay. Or endure, right? There are multiple knives already with this combination. Right? Or not. What? What was I thinking of? Oh, I was thinking of Thai. Okay.
Fun.
You what? What in the... Is it G for prostitute? Goodness.
Sha. 奢
Oh, it is one. Okay. The coiling thing. Hmm.
记
Juan? Juan? Oh, right.
甜
Man, are you Ying or are you Jing, Ying or are you Rong?
容 耐 会
Wait. Oh, we can do something about this. Everything's going all right. Oh, how are you? Thanks for dropping in. Okay.
Huan,
A barrel and a person. Oh, ooh. Rely on the. Oh, it might have been T. Oh, it's Yoshi. It's a pivot from Kirby. Good to hear. All good on you. Just the final crunch for summer exams and assignments. Ooh. And then you have summer vacation, right? What are you doing then? Hopefully the assignments are going well. So how do we differentiate? Guess he wouldn't be. Oh. T for weird or strange. Last exam. Oh, and then Korea. Oh. Dang, you're just going everywhere. Very nice, very nice. A horse and headdress. Oh, this is probably tough. Or prance, but it deals with scalding, like things something hot. I think we're just gonna go with hot. Add hot to it. Or pants. Like high energy. And Croatia in August, and you've been spoiled silly this year. It does sound like it. I'll have to ask you about how Korea goes. June, you say? Not long now. Dang, very not long now. France. We'll go with high energy.
醉
Wet. That not. Oh, it's oh, whoops. I typed Hulk. Hulk off the who. Woo, not woo. Woo, not.
Zhu
That doesn't seem right. This is harmony, right? He. Okay. How do we off this? Right. Off with the paper crap. What? Oh wait, Wan, not Wu. How do I get the Wan sound? It's a pivot. That's how you get the Wan sound. Only the time when you're roping around. Okay.
Teng. He. Shu. Yi.
Oh no. Fine, rely on. Rely on.
Wu.
Ah! Zhang. Tent.
Ji.
Fair enough.
Wan. Lei.
Uh, 4. What the?
Bi.
Okay. Are you going? How long are you going for Korea? Dang, I actually think this is for scale. And then this is I think this is Pung.
Hung.
Probably Pung. That's not Jie, is it? YouTube. Yeah, oh no. It's an infamous cup. I think we're gonna do introduce. We're gonna change this up. So as opposed to canopy. Oh no, wait, did I have introduce? I thought I just saw something crawl across my mic arm just now. 1 week? Alright, solid. God. We're not doing canopy. Oh, there are 2 mutants. The what? What?
丈尬那平灰
Wait for Earth. Oh, right. The fire thing and the ash.
轮
YOLO?
记
Aid. Okay. Yep. Spray aid.
正坟 棚
Okay. Oh no, is this vertical? Oh no, it's not.
耸
Holy shrug.
弹
What? Probably. Hoang, close. Close to. Okay, yeah. On each side. Fortune. Person. Zhang. Occupied.
虚
What? Hmm.
飞
What? Hmm. What in the world is... Oh, yeah, okay.
站
No, I don't think it's probably... Double... Oh, wrong tone. Done. Done. Okay. How's this not a ton? Participate. I don't think I use participate. Maybe Shen. Okay. Seeps. We're gonna use participate. Okay.
Shen.
Shen. Oh, whoops.
Bang.
Jai. Oh no, Chin. Oh no, I got the two mixed up. Jai is the Jai is dirt. They both mean exist though. Or to be. This is
Cun.
So what's going on here? I really thought it's a Wu and hide. Hui is taboo. Wu is definitely still. Oh no, Wei. I have to be careful. Hui is the exception. So speaking is the exception. And hide is a taboo. Oh, I think yeah. Okay. All right. It's similar to what I have written a while ago. What in the world? This is probably playing gate because of the mortar and pestle. They're making the doors. Yep, that's what I wrote. Wow, misspelling all over the place because my keyboard doesn't. I don't know if I given this a new thing. I don't think so. No. Entrance. More or less the same thing. What the Cho? Oh no, it's Yao or Yao.
Wei. Yan.
What up, Colonel? Ian.
Yao.
No. No. Yes. Probably shit. Okay. I can change this. Right? Yeah, we're not doing the harmonica thing. The harmonica thing can get out. Oh no, but me is not that great too. That's kind of how I defaulted to you.
Xi.
Tour. Dang it. Alright, we're gonna switch this up to for cha. I thought it lined up, but tour, so diff for difference, right? Okay. No. A tray. What? Oh no. Wrong.
Li.
Or a slave. I mean, okay. Investigator. Oh, wait. That's gonna have to be residue. That's and then teacher for coat of arms. Oh, family name. And then Ming has P.
Cui.
Or emerald green. Okay, fine.
Cuo. Xu.
Okay.
Hui. Shi.
looks like xiao in its utterance. Oh no, it's you for more. Because he's
赞
wait. We're trying, right? So trying aunt. Wait, are we not trying? Oh no. Examine on. Thought this could have been xiu. Xiu. Or no, it could have been yin, yi, or yao. Probably yao. Okay. Oh, or yo, not yo. That which. Oh no, I don't think I used constitute or harm. Or Mr. I think I used harm, right? Because of the auditorium. Oh no. I think this is ying for shade. Okay. So we did the jar thing. Oh no, we didn't update the jar thing. Authority. I think we're gonna do the jar thing. So sell whirlpool because it's ridiculous. Without authority. Ah, man. I don't know about without authority. I don't know. This one's gonna be tough. One more time. What? Tongue for Thai. Oh. This is lined up with the cane or like the plug. I'm gonna use all here. Or whole. Did I use whole before? No. Okay. Second hand. I go with your second go with hat and okay. Okay.
沈玉优
I think I can probably do something with this too. Oh no, it's in strip. That's why I typed y'all. It's that witch the stick through which Yoshi faces after. That witch is not the greatest.
应零扎 侠
Alright, this is good enough. We got 114. Gotta call it a day. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day. We got some updates. Only one character passed the line. Alright. It's okay. Still doing our wrap up. Major characters. Okay. Alright. We indulged quite a lot during Bunpro today. Okay. Alright, so what do we got? Nian. Read aloud. Crash. Dung. Lee. English Mile. Chi, rhinoceros. Bung, lane. Xia, free time. Chen, annotate. Lu, Lu. Chang, cicada. Che, clear. Wu, flatland. Liu, gemstone. Qiong, pine jade. Lung, tall tree. Han, riding brush. Qi, rugged. Soul, search. Kan, ditch. Qua, snail. Cha, whisper. Kang, disappointed. Lung, cockroach. Jai, abstain. Kang, cockroach. Clothing. Okay. Yeah. Turnover. Jia. Law. Lee. Raccoon dog. Owl. Praise. Lung. Panic stricken. Cool. Cactail. Yeah, eyelash. Shut. The evil spirit. Chen. Die for. Wei, rose. Huang, hesitate. Oh, dirt. So, actually, probably now we can go up here. Let's do these. I will probably have these now. As opposed to covering, let's see how well this goes. Because I know for sure these haven't come. Because I do notice that at least half of them we did cover. The dirt not help. This is wait, the bump. Okay. Not the greatest. Yeah. What type of xia is that? Yeah, that's yeah. For free time? Okay. Right. Same. Chang. Cicada. Okay, so these are still there. Feng, Lane, Li, Chinese Mao, English Mao, Wu. Wu is still there. Okay, Nian is still there. Read aloud. Soul as well. Search. Fun. Not fun. Fun. For writing brush. Chen. Annotate. Good. Rash. Dung. Dung, right? These are still there. Qiong. Fine Jade. Fang. Paltry. Hua. Nail. Qi. Rugged. Ooh, Flatland. Clear. She. Rhinoceros. Wheel. Gemstone. Gun. Trunk. Yin. Express condolence. Cho. Ugly. Yin. Tobacco. R. Second. Dong. Wander. One. Bang. Whoops. Four. Radish. Dry. Waddle. Yo. Tor. Yi. Gorgeous. Fun. Fence. Su. Revive. Zhi. Annals. Mung. Mongoose. Press against. Whoosh. King. Female. Blank. Liao. Put down. Yin. Mole. Yi. Echo. Qian. Side of boat. Hi. That's not more. Is it? No. Way. Stare. Bow. Hail. Yeah. Zheng. Nephew. Flowers. Chafe. Bay. Heat rash. Yi. Bright. Show. Hunting. Shun. Xing. Gill fungus. Xing. Nettle. Y. Ankle. Dung. Frighten. Bay. Bake. Mung. Close eyes. Yo. Weasel. T. Covet. E. Squeak. Yo. U. Crawl. Ma. Toad. Lu. Kill. Nope. Just kidding. I. Dim. Ni. intimate. She, fair skin. Xiang, mock. Tong, anxious. Zhu, narrow. Bang. Dry up. Tray, mallet. Quay, stride. Wu, falsely accused. Meng, deceive. Duo, stamp feet. Ce, thatch. Bian, Henan. Do, simple. Chen. Chen, which is honest. Meng. Lemon? Okay, what was the lemon I screwed up today? Oh, Ning. Chen, sincere. Jie. Stirred. Okay. Shui, Ao, Pu, Puff, Noir, okay. Or need. Or how did it work? Prospect. No need. No. Soul need. Obligate. Have to. Ooh, bat. Yao, Sage King. Endure or overcome. G, palpitate. I, trample. Ling, chili. Shang, art of date. Day. Jiang, aid. Clam. Actually, oyster. No, moth. Dang it! Your moth. Ooh, garden. Scar. Tray, gather together. Sugar cane. E, or no, pie, because of the eyeball. Plants. Wash. Dazzle. String. Prefecture. Long tone, Z for unrestrained. Okay. A little weak. Okay. I'm gonna say Lee, shiver. Shung. Man, Shung is weak. Pretty weak. Ooh, absent-minded. Right, Sui, ear of grain. So for revive again. High. Owl, roar. Wait, what? Koichi, famine. Starvation. Fine. Famine's good. What is that? Okay. How does this Yi work? Get well? Okay. Get well is weak. More rest. I want to say it's ta. Scraping sound. Okay. Ta's okay. Sort of. A little bit weak. Oh, the inverted thing. Okay. That's not good. Die. Ooh. Doubt or idiotic. That's not good. Sure is not good. Sure. Ing. Oh, frequent. Post. I'm gonna have to look at that. I don't know what I used for that. I guess I used frequency and wave. Oh, I did. Yeah, I used frequency and wave. I see. Wait, this is Bing as well. I don't even remember what a betel is. It's a climbing plant? Oh, those betel. I don't even know what a betel is. Okay. Oh, specifically. This is Lian. Good. Not sure if I got sickle either. Oh boy. Or related. Yen is not there's like no shot. Yen is not there. Yen is so outside. Qing was Qi, not Qi. Qi whisper. Probably still weak. That's a lot in a row. This is probably the May group. Apparently, desire of some sort, lust. I think that one's. Rule, oh, disgrace. Rule 4, elaborate. Probably on the better side. Other page, tiger, and dude, cranium, no chance. Oh goodness, cranium. I want to say jewel. Oh, and G for fasten. Where did I lose G from? Yeah, I have no idea where G is. I really have no idea where G is. Carves. Oh, the miniature thing. Like a miniature boat. Beat. What is this, wrong? Or back to melting and stuff? Okay. Chi. I'm gonna say maple. Oh, it's two for maple. How do I get two? That relative doesn't really work. Nope, that doesn't work either. I have no idea about lead. Oh. Something about going out looking for... I definitely replaced the bottom left. Spirit, maybe? Probably spirit. Mission. Ooh. No, because... Oh, create. Seller. Law. Camel. Zhong. Concentrate. Okay. Yao, eagle. What is... Holy Viet? Deflate. That's not good. Another wrong. What type of tree is this? Oh, this is the banyan. It's fine. I want to say this ended up being Xiang and Fort. Xiang. That'll be fine. What is this wrong? Hibiscus? Oh no. Now let's mark both of them. Oh, is this the Dren, the grip? Okay. Dren is really tough. Like so is this. This Chuan, Chuan. Right. Oh no, Chen. Jeez. These three are. There's still one more. I don't remember the other one either. Is it you? Not you. Guess that's bad though. Oh, promise of. Fuel for O. Salt shaking. Jian for alkaline. That one, this one's okay. This is Jian for Boon. That one's like meh. Jian. I feel like this is a covet situation. Yep. Yeah. Mid. Keep it off. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. Unexpectedly encounter. Sure. Edit delicate. Okay, that's okay. What the food? Somewhere along the lines, I thought this was gonna be safe. It's not. Oh. Qian. Oh no, it's Chang for Ent. Okay, we have a lot of problems. Just doing. Okay. Lots and lots of problems. Let's go over these. This one's you know it or you don't. Moth. There's nothing else to write about. It's just moth. Heart. We gotta think about the heart. Unrestrained heart. This one. More rest for the sickness. Gotta think about things rubbing together. Sound of rubbing metal sound. So scraping. Ian, we have to think about inverted sane thickness. Sure. That one's pretty sucky. So maybe like got stuck with an idiot who has gout sickness. That's not great. Bing was looking at the frequency. Pretty sure that's frequency. Oh, frequent. Pray. Patience. Yes, and tree. I don't know how I'm gonna remember Betel. I don't even remember it in English. Type of plant. Tree with Betel. Oh, that's just gonna be Betel. Lien. Sickle. That's just sickle. Can't. Yeah, can't do much with that. Yin. Yin, I have no idea what to do. It's fake. I'll be brought in a bunch of fake birds. Qi. Yeah, these are yin. Oh yeah, yin is the third. Yin, yin, Jen and Chen. Those three are still really rough. They're actually part of the very last group. What else can we do here? We can do some of these things. Qi. Oh, so it's whisper. Relative whisper. It's okay. Lu. Oh, I couldn't see this. It's a Lu with a page. Somehow I have to attach it to a head. Cranium. It's the page. Maybe like... beat someone, yeah, tying. That's okay. This one's fine. To fasten some missiles to a miniature car. So it's kind of either you know it or not, but it does overlap with T. That does help. Maybe like sweet maple syrup. Yeah. You have to pay attention to... Yeah, I don't know that thing. Is it spirit? I guess read to read the page. Bamboo. Spirit. Xie. Xie is lining up with the other Xie. Untying a not good. Untying someone. Unexpected. Xiang. Which entertainment. Food. Chung. Soul. And dang, he got stuck repenting too. I don't know what Viet was doing the booklets on deflating because the day employees are out with sickness. Wrong. A banyan tree, you just gotta know. Banyan. Wrong. Hibiscus, you just gotta know. What is Gon is really complicated, but it's like grasping onto a white silk with, and then writing with like a bamboo brush, a big silk, and drawing some eyes on it. Yeah, that one's wild. Chen. Stork in a page. Cheekbone. I have no idea what to do about this. It does kind of line up with the cranium. It looks like the page is often used with things in the head region. The stork is going off trend. And then Yul, I have no idea what to do with Yul. Kind of reminds me, oh, I lined up with the other Yul. Promised him. So meet promise Mario. H is head region. Where was the other cranium? That's probably what we're gonna do for cranium. H to help. Then we have head, agent, and these are must know. Yeah. Dang it, yeah. All right. That's the best I got for now. Oh. Let's see if we hit any of these. Might have to jump into the May stuff. We don't hit these characters. There's 240 characters and 90 of them are not shown. I don't know if I know them. The rest, most of these are from the May category, it seems. Alright. Or from this month. Or the last of the first 2 weeks anyway. Alright, that's a wrap for HanziHero for today for me. you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, keep each other learning. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.